Muchas gracias, Nidia Catalina. Entramos ahora a la última exposición de la mañana. Por favor, a Carlos Francisco Yaipen-LLanos. Él pertenece a la Organización de Investigación y Conservación de Animales Acuáticos, ORCA, de Perú, y él nos va a presentar su trabajo 25 Years and Two Generations, the Involvement of Citizen Youth in an Education Network for Marine Conservation in Peru. Bienvenido.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, good afternoon now. Thank you for IVD to bring me here and to make this experience possible. I'm going to share with you, a different experience of ocean data exchange, especially when there's no machines and where there's no funding, where there are only humans. And this is actually the response we have over 25 years of data collection of marine mammal strandings, turtles, and penguins for the basically acknowledging of the issues that the animals suffer in the ocean and how humans can also not only address the data collecting it, but also being part of a solution. That's why this presentation is basically focusing on the youth, which here is very present. All right, next. So we saw the background in Peru is a neighbor country from here. But something happened over the past 25 years is that we developed this connection between the animals, whales, cetaceans in general, that are basically unknown in the country, right, to teenagers, those in schools, covering 12 different districts in the coast, and acquiring data from geospatial distribution, sightings, strandings, which is the most important part, and especially delivering this experience of being able to be part of a solution, which is the rescue. The part in which the human is not only collecting data and storaging in the machine, but also being part of it, all right? Of that data acquisition, but also like using it. Next. This has been very important because people were disconnected to the governmental initiatives taken in Peru. Basically, strandings didn't exist. Basically, they were in the desert somewhere, right? And schools were never involved in any kind of conservation initiative, especially nationwide. And this is what has been happening over these past couple decades. Right? The responsibility of the government of collecting information was basically focusing towards fisheries, right? Which, of course, is financially important, right, for the country. But then there is these other issues that are happening, have been being addressed over the years, which are basically what's going on with the human impact. Next. So the methodology was to as I was explaining, is basically to focus on the target species. Why not seabirds? Because there's a lot of them, because nobody actually cares for them, and they're not as cute as a dolphin. Dolphins are in the imaginary, in the general concept. What about a sea lion? A sea lion is like a dog in the water, despite they descend from bears, right? People would immediately make the connection with that sea lion in my front door, in my new house by the beach, that I can go to school, I can go home, right, and report it. Report to whom? Other people like you, right? And that's how the methodology started to bring together the information from especially where the animals were. So we developed 7 programs that are vertically connected to connecting the youth and the data, right? One is a local volunteer program, which is basically the skeleton of them all, right? The junior volunteer program, which is for underage students. Now you wonder, how come underage teens get involved into this? Well, they bring their parents in. They bring their teachers in, right? So it's not only that they are just looking at something that you, the adult, do, but I want to become a marine biologist. I want to become a marine veterinarian. I want to actually get involved into this. I can be inspired by the fact that you guys that are also Peruvians doing something like this, right? So that's how you have to deliver other programs like the Maestro training program for the teachers, the deep ocean training program for authorities and city halls, the beach cleanup ocean life program, which is basically the initiatives that you can see everywhere, collecting the trash from the beach. But that's not the solution. The solution is to prevent the pollution in the ocean. But how can you stimulate the acquisition of that data? By actually seeing it. Not only reading it or getting into Instagram, but actually seeing it in the beach. So that's where the program came about. And finally, the academic volunteer program and the international participation programs, which actually bring academic students that are basically enrolling in programs around the world, right? And in Peru, right, that want to develop strategies for conservation of the marine environment. All right, so as the main results, basically everything was englobed in the marine mammal stranding network that eventually developed into sea turtles and penguins, right, along the coast of Peru. Again, we cover something around 2,000 kilometers, basically now on data collection. All these blue dots are where the data is extracted from, locations that are fixed, where we have central volunteers, we have response teams, and where the authorities call for action and are actually involved into action, into basically where the animals are. Now, thanks to this, we can monitor not only the presence of the animals, but the presence of other issues. We can call them issues, but they're chemicals, diseases, pathogens, and other kind of problems that might have been overlooked, but are required to be addressed. Next. So, next, please. So until the worldwide emergency sanitary alert, right, we have this trend on the emergency reports, basically strandings from 37 species of marine mammals, turtles, and penguins, right, how the participation of the public enlarged through the 2 decades, basically getting more and more involved and reporting more and more to us. Now, we work with the different authorities in the country, but then the public becomes the critical part of it, because it's the public which actually acquires the information and provide it to you. Now, with the cell phones, it's very easy to have a geopositional location, right? Right now, everybody has a video, everybody has a photo camera, and you can have this information. The point in this chart is that at the beginning, as you can see, there's very little numbers at the beginning. You can say, well, nobody called. Yeah, sure. Everybody just said that I was crazy. Nobody was gonna ever call me for a dolphin because there are no dolphins in Peru. Now we have them, and we are everywhere, right? So basically, this information started to get more and more public, and this is what brought awareness, right, into having more actions and more activism in the programs. Next. So here we have this chart, basically the graph showing how the participation of the youth, the teenagers, have been oscillating as the strandings also happen, with a very big valley there, which is the worldwide sanitary alert. Nobody went out to the beach. So what happened when that kicked? Boom, zero. Nobody was anywhere, right? But at the same time, it shows how up to date it's been recovering over the past 5 years, right? Basically, the numbers have reached what we were before the pandemic, right? So the data information from the beaches is still coming in. Just before coming here, we have reports from penguins in Lima City in locations where we didn't have before, right? So the animals are moving and humans are there. Now we have the system in which the humans are participating, passing on the information. Next. Right, so I'm going to show a few of the results. We have them, over 10,000 students so far getting involved into our Orca Junior program. It has become very popular among students. Next. Right, the Beach Cleanup Ocean Life program, right now we monitor microplastics, we monitor the different entanglement risks for marine animals as well. Right, we have multi-district schools involved, participating in many specific dates along the year. So we have over 13,000 beach cleanup participants, and this is also growing, because this is, again, the best way to see the issues actually being there and being part of it. Next. The local volunteer program, with the difference with the others, is that this one is trained per people that actually gets into the beach and actually can collect information more than just what the regular public can do. In this case, we train volunteers to be part of the rescue program and the rehabilitation program, which the animals are going to be involved, right? So that's why we have over 4,400 volunteers right now. Next. All right. And then the academic volunteer program, the national participation program, again, which prioritizes more Peruvian initiatives, Peruvian students, right? However, we always call them to go outside, abroad, because they need to get involved into the international arena to bring information from Peru to outside and from abroad to Peru, right? And that's why we created these programs. These programs also support a lot of the funding for the network that we created. Next. Right, continue, please. Next. All right. So finally, the conclusions. right? The Red Aleta Educativa, the education network that we have created, is basically right now in harmony with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we are going into schools next, especially with the schools that are with teenagers and now with under 10-year-olds actually that actually wants to get involved, right? So we enforce and inspire the initiatives to be part of something that older young students are doing, right? The multiplying effect is huge. Right now, we have estimated something around 120,000 families nationwide getting involved in this. So at this moment, as I speak, no stranding in Peru happens without actually reaching my phone number. That's the public participation. Mind blowing? Yes. We can do that, bringing all that together all over the world because the people can be part of all this. We scientists study it, systematize it, put it into matrices, but they get information because they're part of it. Next. All right. So at the end, well, these are being more on fashion. The whole Sustainable Development Goal number 14, with life below water, which is basically coming very strong in schools. Next. Right? And then how stranding just doesn't pass inadvertently. People is looking to the ocean, is looking to what happens to the animals, that want to be part of it, want to become part of a solution, right? Penguins are a critical endangered animal. One of the target species are getting now more and more focal into these initiatives. And finally, the whole paradigm has changed, right? With the nationwide participation of the public, we have brought an interest of many universities around the world, actually something around 27 universities now, right? And local participation involving a very worldwide interest for a location that, if you see in the maps, have no information, which is Peru. Next, right? All right, so Peruvian, the discussion in this part will be, well, how can we get involved with the society in Peru, right? There's a lot of overgrowing society. Well, again, the important is that the young have to be active and the data has to be processed from them, making them part of it, right? And that's how inspirations can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carlos Francisco, for that very wonderful presentation. And this concludes our morning session. The rest of the presentations will be done after lunch. So please join me in giving a round of applause for the first four speakers. Thank you.
And thank you to our speakers and session leads for this very interesting first part of the session. We're now going to take a break for lunch. Lunch boxes will be distributed to all participants. So we invite you to take one and enjoy your lunch in one of our designated areas. If you need guidance, please ask our staff for directions. So enjoy your lunch. Please return by 2:25 p.m. so we can resume our session. Enjoy. Good afternoon. Please be seated. We will reconvene. All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoy the nice weather and had the chance to stretch your legs. Before we start, I would like to make a small announcement. We kindly ask our speakers when coming up to stage for the Q&A session, please bring your translation headphones, okay? So we can facilitate the Q&A session. Thank you very much. I will now invite our session leads to take the floor again. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Esperamos haber tenido un muy buen almuerzo.
Good afternoon. I hope you've had a very good
Continuamos esta
lunch.
sesión.
We're going to continue
Ya
with this
tenemos
session, which is a combined
Presentaciones en
session.
línea y
We're going to have
presentaciones en sí.
online presentations and
Empezamos con una
in-person
de ellas
presentations.
en línea. Presenta
We're going to
Katrina
start
Exter.
with an
Ella es de
online
Flanders
presentation
Marine
presented by
Institute.
Katrina
Y el
Exter
nombre de su
from the
presentación es Data
Flanders
Management
Institute,
for the
and the title
IMOBON
is Data
Genomic
Management
Observation
for the
Network
European
for Human
Marinomics
and Machines.
Biodiversity Observation Network, IMOBON, serving both humans and machines.
Hello, my name is Katrina Exter. I work for the Flanders Marine Institute. Hello, my name is Katrina Exter. I work for the Flanders Marine Institute in Belgium, and I'm going to talk about data management for the European Marine Omics Biodiversity Observation Network. IMOBON is a long-term marine genomic observatory. We perform regular standardized sampling of the marine environment, standardized sample processing, and produce standardized sequences and bioinformatics results from the samples we collect. We have 17 partners covering the European coastline. The network was initiated and is run by the Hello, my name is Katrina Exter. I work for the Flanders Marine Institute in Belgium, and I'm going to talk about data management for the European Marine Omics Biodiversity Observation Network. IMOBON is a long-term marine genomic observatory. We perform regular standardized sampling of the marine environment, standardized sample processing, and produce standardized sequences and bioinformatics results from the samples we collect. We have 17 partners covering the European coastline. The network was initiated and is run by the European Marine Biological Resource Centre to support policy needs and the sustainable use of marine resources. Now, IMOBON is a data-heavy enterprise. We collect sample and event metadata, measurements, sequencing data and metadata, and bioinformatics data and metadata, as well as a lot of associated data. It is important to us that all these data are fair, open, and of high quality. We also require that the workflow that does the data management is inexpensive, can be run by anyone, and produces outputs as quickly as possible. So clearly we needed to build our own data management workflow, using, repurposing as many existing resources, technologies, and specifications as possible. We began building this workflow in 2021 when the project started. There were a number of challenges we faced when designing the data management workflow, and these all can be summed up in one word: diversity. Our inputs are diverse. IMOBON data consists of sampling event log sheets, sequences produced from the collected material samples, bioinformatics results produced from those analyzed sequences. All these data come in on their own timescales, but they all have to be linked to each other so they can be explored as a unit. The providers of these inputs are also diverse in location and in their background, in their level of data literacy, and therefore in what kind of data handling approaches they want to use when interacting with the data management workflow. And the formats, standards, and types of data we are getting are diverse. Our outputs are also diverse. We have to focus on the human users and the machine users of our data. We need to allow our data to be accessible to many different types of community repositories, as well as via our own database. And we have users with different levels of scientific and technical needs. We have several chains of command working on the different aspects of the data management and who need to be part of the workflow. We have the bureaucratic people, the people dealing with IMABON policy, the technical people, and those making the scientific decisions. And finally, we have to deal with entropy, diversity increasing with time. Now, IMABON itself aims to produce samples and data that are comparable over the entire lifetime of the project, so changes to the procedures and protocols will only be done if absolutely necessary. But the data management should be able to accommodate changes in the way data are produced and consumed. As technologies and expectations change, the data management must be flexible enough to accommodate this. So what solutions did we come up with to solve these diversity challenges? I'm not going to go over the entire data management workflow, but I will highlight a few features that are particularly important. First of all, we decided to centralize the data management in our IMABON GitHub space. We needed a central location so we could do the quality control, semantics, linking, and reformatting in one place. There are many reasons we chose GitHub. It's free, shareable, widely used, flexible, version control, can run actions, etc. But I will add that we're not beholden to GitHub itself being available forever. We rely more on Git than GitHub, and we can move to another centralized location if we need to. Secondly, it is very important that we have a low entry threshold for the data providers of IMABON. This goes especially for the scientists at the sampling stations. These are busy people who collect samples and data for many projects, and they don't have the time or the expertise to do different complicated data collecting actions each time. So we use Google Sheets as our log sheets, as these are familiar to everyone, and we format them to minimize incorrect data entries as much as possible. After pulling the log sheets into GitHub, we carry out an automated QC workflow to check for errors, and by including a feedback cycle with the station, the number of errors slowly drops with time. Next, we add the semantics to the data. For example, in the log sheets, each value in each cell is linked to a controlled vocabulary for the type of data, the type of value, the measurement unit, etc. This is done automatically using GitHub Actions and combined with our data model in which we have described all the parts of the IMABON data world. This allows us to turn these spreadsheets into a machine-readable and machine-understandable format, being RDF, Resource Description Framework, which is a standardized way to represent linked open data, LOD. Now, I'm not going to explain RDF and LOD, there is no time, but note that these are the framework and the language of the web, and by using these, we can make our IMABON data not only findable via the web, but they become part of the web. Next, we group our data into packages called Research Object Crates. RO crates are an approach to packaging data files that belong together. The files can be located in one place or many places, one GitHub repository, or spread over different community of repositories. An RO crate package includes a metadata file that describes the contents of the crate with rich and standardized metadata, and so that the relationships, the links between the files are also described. This allows one to group together with metadata and in a machine-readable and machine-understandable way, files of disparate type and files of disparate storage location within a single package. So the log sheets, the QC outputs, and the transformed into RDF log sheets from each individual observatory are each one crate. The sequence metadata for all sequences from all samples are another crate. The outputs of each bioinformatics run on a sequence are also a crate, and so on. Next, we use GitHub Actions to have automated workflows that process data and metadata in whatever way is necessary. The more automation, the fewer errors, and the more speed. And finally, we want to make the Imobon data accessible not only via the GitHub site, but also via a more familiar web interface. Our data RO crates are viewable via a standard web browser so that humans can explore, find, access, and understand. An advantage of this approach is that one can embed much information in the HTTP headers and in the HTML that make those data accessible to machines, including bots such as Google Search and data harvesters. So the endpoint of the data management is that the Imobon data are published into web content and hosted for open consumption by anyone, any person, any machine. Okay, having spent quite some time and effort at developing the system, it is interesting to ask ourselves, what are the advantages and disadvantages of our approach to data management, and would we do it in the same way again? It's taken quite a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to develop the system, but nonetheless, I have to say the answer is yes. We would do it more or less the same way again. Given the needs and challenges we had, our approach works. First of all, we have zero cost for infrastructure. All the info we needed was that which already existed, either at our Imobon partners or provided as a community resource. Next, the system is flexible and open-ended. If things change in the future, the system can adapt to those changes. The core interoperability layer that we add via the data model and the semantics and the row crates means that the inputs and outputs can change as data technology and specifications change, but the core functionalities that we have built do not need to. Another advantage is that we are not limited by any one system, one consumer, one need, one standard. We can choose what data or metadata we want to collect, which descriptions we want to include, regardless of whether that fits into a standard used by some particular resource. But we can also produce outputs that conform to standards used by others. The system we have built is the best way we can think of to make data findable by machines. And machine findability, accessibility, and interoperability are becoming more and more important with time. Next, the production of fair data is built in. Creating metadata and data that are findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable is part and parcel of the system we have built because we make heavy use of semantics, machine-readable specifications, and web standard formats and schemas. However, on the minus side, we must note that there is a high cost on development time, on human resources. Developing the system required the order of a year of development time spread over the past few years. The actual development time is probably only about half of this. Analyzing what was to be developed, user testing, and going back and doing it again, that took the other half. But on a positive note, all the tools we have built in GitHub to do the data management are open access, and we are working hard on documentation. The system can be expanded or contracted depending on the needs of any new users who wish to adopt anything from this approach. We are very open to sharing our work. And that is the end of my presentation. I would like to thank the team, the Open Science team at VLIS, and I would like to thank the EMBRC people for helping me write this presentation and for developing the system. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Katrina Exter, and apologies for the technical issues earlier. Our next presentation is yet again an online presentation by Jessica Canivete from Maputo Port Development Company, and she'll be presenting on harnessing ocean data for integrated coastal zone management, a hydrographic perspective from port operations. Please, Jessica.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a truly pleasure to be here at the third International Ocean Data Conference. I'm honored to share insight on how hydrographic data is transforming coastal zone management and port operation with a special focus on Mozambique. My name is Jessica Canivete, and I'm a hydrography specializing in port operation. My works involve hydrograph survey, sediment transport analysis, and the application of ocean data for sustainable coastal management. Ever since I started in this field, I've been passionate about how science and technology can support the balance between economic development and environmental conservation in coastal areas. Let's to imagine for a moment that you are the captain of the cargo ship approaching the Mozambican coastal line. Your route is treated by shifting sandbanks and unpredictable tides. You check on your chairs, out of data, your instrument inconclusive, your request updated data, but none is available. In this moment, your ability to navigate safely is at risk. This is the reality of many maritime operations today. To guide our discuss, we will cover the following key areas. We will explore how this topic is intertwined the create and compromising approach to coastal management and port operation, especially in context of Mozambique. Hydrograph is hydrograph and ocean data are not just about maps and charts. They are the foundation of safe navigation, efficient port operation, and the coastal sustainability. Mozambique is a country with a vast strategically important Mozambique is a country with a vast and strategically important coastline. With its extensive coastline and strategic ports like Maputo, Beira, and Nacala, provides a perfect case study. As hydrography, I have seen firsthand how data-driven solutions can significantly improve decision-making in port operation and coastal management. The coastal zones are among the most economically and ecologically valuable regions on Earth. They support fishing, trading, tourism, and biodiversity. Yet, without accurate data, managing this region becomes nearly impossible. Hydrography provides critical data on water depth, tide, seabed composition, and navigational hazards. These data form the backbone of marine spatial planning, helping balance economic growth with environmental protection. In Mozambique, the Marine Transport Institute plays a vital role in ocean data collection and maritime safety, ensuring that the nation's vital ports and coastlines are well managed. Hydrograph data ensure that maritime activity are safe, sustainable, and economically viable. Centuries ago, sailors measured depth using a rope and wheel. Today, we have advanced technology that makes the ocean with unparalleled occurrence. Key technology includes multi-beam sonar and backscatter analysis for high-resolution seabed mapping, satellite-delivered bathymetry for large-scale coastal monitoring, and autonomy underwater vehicle and drone for surveying hand-to-reach area. A notable example comes from the European Marine Observation and Data Network, which successfully integrated multiple data sources to create one of the most comprehensive ocean mapping systems, and Mozambique can certainly adopt system model. Advanced ocean data technology provide faster, more accurate, and cost-efficient, effective solutions for coastal management. Now let's take a real-world example from Mozambique, the port of Beira. It's one of the country's busiest trade hubs, yet it faces constant challenge for sedimentation and unpredictable tides. Without up-to-date hydrographic data, ships risk grounding, delay, and financial losses. Hydrographic data play a key role in several areas: navigation safety, preventing accidents and optimizing route, dredging management, reducing costs through the data-driven sediment monitoring, port expansion planning, designing infrastructure based on oceanographic data. As highlighted in study by Cito in 2019, Delphi modeling for sediment plume in the Beira Estuary helps optimize dredging schedule, reduce both cost and environmental impact. Ports must integrate hydrographic data into daily operation to enhance safety and efficiency. Mozambique's coastal line is disappearing. Rising levels, strong storm, and human activity accelerating erosion, threatening infrastructure and livelihood. Key factors include 16% of Mozambique's coastal line is at risk. Better lose approximately 10 meters of coastline per year. Satellite data clearly confirm abrupt coastal retreat, particularly in Maputo, uncovering the urgent need for proactive mitigation strategies. Hydrographic data can help predict erosion patterns and guide coastal protection efforts. Collecting data is just the beginning. The real challenge lies on making this data accessible and actionable for decision makers. Key solutions include centralized ocean data platform, a unified a unified national database for Mozambique, cross-sector collaboration connecting hydrography, policymakers, and maritime industries, real-time monitoring system using sensor and AI to track challenge or change dynamically. By integrating this technology, we ensure that decision makers have right data at the right time. Integrate hydrograph system ensure that decision maker can make informed, timely decisions. With the advance in data collection, many challenges remain when it comes to data interoperability and accessibility. The key challenges include lack of standardization, different formats prevent seamless data sharing, limited public access, critical data is often lacked in government or private database, gaps in coverage, many coastal regions remain unmapped. A solution to this challenge can be seen in the EMODNet model, which overcomes this barrier by integrated open access data, a method Mozambique could apply. Improving data accessibility will enhance maritime safety, environmental monitoring, and economic planning. Without investment in hydrographic data, Mozambique risks higher costs from ship accidents, inefficient dredging, and climate-related damage. Key impacts of improved data include economic that guarantee more efficient trade, lower ship costs, and optimized resource management, and environmental that can provide a coastal protection, sustainable fisheries, and disaster preparedness. The illustrated Brazilian's Port of Santos adopt predictive segmentation models to optimize dredging schedule, reducing costs while maintaining operational depth. Mozambique can similarly benefit from integration numeral model like a Delphish default segment transport. Investigating in hydrography support both economical growth and environmental resilience. Hydrography is essential for port sustainability and coastal resilience. New technology, as satellites and other, can improve ocean monitoring. Mozambique ports needs a long-term strategy to manage sedimentation and erosion. Investing in data accessibility and interoperability is crucial. How can we ensure that the future generation continues to benefit from sustainable port operation and well-managed coastline? The future of our ports depends on the choices we make today. Let's ensure that science, data, and sustainability guide our decision maker. Thank you for your attention.
Bien, continuamos con las sesiones ahora en vivo. Sigue nuestra presentadora, Ana Carolina Peralta. Ella es de la Universidad de South Florida y nos va a presentar Marine Biodiversity Data Gaps in the Caribbean, Advancing Regional Collaboration, Data Sharing and Capacity Building.
Gracias, Carolina. Okay, so hello, everyone. Today, I want to share with you our experience with a capacity building initiative on best practices to address marine biodiversity data gaps in the Caribbean. But first, I would like to start my presentation by reviewing the following statements. Biodiversity science depends on data to understand ecosystems, monitor changes, and guide conservation efforts. However, challenges like data silos, limited expertise, and unequal resources delay progress. Ocean Science Open Data Principles aim to create an equitable, inclusive, and effective framework benefiting biodiversity research and conservation. And the Ocean Best Practices System is working toward the agreement and broad adoption of methods across ocean research, operations, and applications. And it also aims to address training needs by collaborating with organizations to develop relevant training modules and courses. And we are going to focus especially on this third statement now. And this study that I am presenting here aims to evaluate the current state of biodiversity data available in the Caribbean and represented in the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, and explore the potential impact of the ADAPT training program in best practices, addressing regional gaps and needs. Next. So, exploring the regional biodiversity data contribution currently available in OBIS, we can find that in the Caribbean, there are around 3 million records, with some countries contributing more than other ones. Colombia, US Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and Venezuela contribute approximately with 90% of these records found in OBIS for the Caribbean. Regarding the taxonomic representation of this data that we find in OBIS, 75% of these records for the Caribbean are within these three classes. The class Teleostei, which are basically all the bony fishes, I'm sure you know all these. The Anthozoa, represented by the soft or hard corals, and Malacostraca, the crabs and shrimps. We know as crab and shrimps. So we can see that this leaves a significant geographic and taxonomic gaps in the region. So the team of the Ocean Best Practices Capacity Development Working Group have been thinking of ways to address these data gaps and needs in best practices for ocean observation. And there was an opportunity for developing a training program with the support of the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD. And then we got to this opportunity to build and develop this training program. Building the ADAPT training schema consisted in basically 3 working phases. The first phase is a preliminary assessment where community inputs were gathered through an online survey. This online survey was sent to our partner projects and regional stakeholders, and the information that we gathered from those surveys let us create this prioritization of key gaps and requirements in the Caribbean. The next phase was then constructing a training content outline from what we got as a result from the survey. This outline was serving as a foundation for the training co-development per se. We will then, the next phase would be develop the content, outline the materials that we will need, and outline the implementation schema. And this was done with a big contribution of expert advisors. These expert advisors were professionals that were invited, experts in many of the subjects that we could identify from the surveys, and they contribute to the co-development of the training content, materials, and the implementation. So now focusing a little bit more on the first phase of this training development, the preliminary assessment, we got 50 responses from 18 different countries, from 6 different types of organizations. The survey showed results, the survey results showed a general interest in topics related to marine biodiversity data and management, with a focus on best practices methods in field data collection along and across different ecosystems. But the most popular training topics, according to the survey, was data management. I think I can point with these, right? Oops. Yeah, sorry, I would like to point. ¿A dónde? Allá? Okay, the pointer, yeah, but it's not very strong. Sorry. So yeah, let's not lose the flow. So yeah, so from the survey, the main subject that we got as main interest for training was data management, satellite images, coastal habitat mapping. And on the survey also revealed a big gap in knowledge on essential ocean variable subjects. So we decided to include that as well in our training schema. Next, please. And now going to the next phase, the second phase, where the training content outline was developed based on the survey insights and the contribution of the Ocean Best Practices ambassador members, contribution of partner institutions and expert advisors. The training outline focused on adapting best practices to local contexts, gaps, and needs. Here in the right side, you can see, it doesn't work much. So you can see a general overview of this training schema that is compounded by 2 big modules. According again to the results of the survey, we tried to put together most of the subjects that were identified in those surveys. And with the help of the expert advisors, we start building the content into that training content outline that we first draft. This training is planned to be served in both languages, Spanish and English. And as a result of this, I think I forgot to say, this is going to be an in-person training. As a result of these 2 in-person trainings, the one in Spanish and in English, we finally will get to a final training version will be served as a self-paced training through the Ocean Teacher Global Academy. Next, please. And the final phase, which include the implementation of these in-person training programs, So we are happy to announce actually that we are ready to serve with the first ADAPT workshop in Spanish happening here at INVEMAR. So for the moment, we have 54 applications from 8 different countries: Venezuela, República Dominicana, Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, and Argentina. We are now in the phase of selecting the final 15 participants that will be coming here to INVEMAR to receive the training. The training also has an on-the-field component and a classroom component. And of course, for the selection, we will give priority to participants coming from the Caribbean region, as the pilot project is planned that way, to focus on the Caribbean, as the title of my talk says. And yeah, participants come from different academic levels: master's, PhD, and other academic degrees. Next. And as a conclusion, we can say that ADAPT is designed to be replicated in other regions to develop and deliver a targeted training program, improving ocean observation, use of best practices, and monitoring in the region of interest. Next. ADAPT aims to support needs for data access to inform policy decision, and by fostering consistency in assessments, ADAPT aims to reduce fragmented efforts and enhance collaboration across regions. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I want to give a special thank to the main contributors of this program: NORAD, the Ocean Best Practices, and INVEMAR for hosting this first in-person training. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ana Carolina. We proceed to the next speaker, from one Carolina to another Carolina. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Carolina Garcia Valencia from INVEMAR, to present on capacity development for Spanish-speaking, sharing and strengthening experiences for Latin America and the Caribbean region.
Bueno, voy a presentarles. This is wrong. Mientras ponen la presentación, bueno, vamos a cambiar un poco, bueno, no, sigo un poco en línea con la presentación de Ana Carolina Peralta. Un poco más liviana, pero creo que con información valiosa en términos de oportunidades. En español, mi presentación es Desarrollo de capacidades para hispanohablantes, intercambio y fortalecimiento de experiencias para la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Correcto. Siguiente. I will try to use. Yes, this one. Bien, voy a hacer una corta introducción porque estoy segura que no todos los que están en este auditorio están familiarizados con un poco de los programas componentes de IOD. Ocean Teacher Global Academy, en español es la Academia Global de Enseñanza de los Océanos, es uno de los 3 componentes del programa de intercambio internacional de datos e información, que es la sigla IODE en inglés. Un componente de programa dentro de IOD es una acción que cuenta con financiación básica del programa de recuperación de UNESCO, tiene un apoyo en personal y se complementa con apoyo en especie o extra presupuestario, de manera que tenga sostenibilidad. La Ocean Teacher Global Academy apoya actualmente 17, ahí lo olvidé. Voy para atrás. Ahí, es bastante sensible, sí. Bien, OTGA apoya 17 centros de formación en el mundo. No, Arno, please help me. Next. Next. That's it. Bien. Tenemos 17 centros de entrenamiento en todo el mundo. El RTC Colombia es uno de ellos. Se imparte formación en 4 idiomas, inglés, español, francés y portugués. En temas relacionados con educación, dentro de los temas que la DECA de los océanos imparte, temas relacionados con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, tenemos el 4, 5, 9, 11, 13 y por supuesto el 14. Y ofrecemos formación presencial combinada, es decir, clases y enseñanza virtual, también presencial o 100% virtual. Y esta virtual puede ser acompañada o con cursos totalmente autónomos. Siguiente. Next, please. Go ahead. Next, 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 next. Sorry, too many animation. Bien, OTGA, entonces tenemos nuestro grupo de centros de entrenamiento en español. Uno de ellos es el RTC ubicado en Colombia, exactamente en nuestro edificio del Instituto de Investigaciones Marinas y Costeras. Y desde 1995 estamos reconocidos como centro regional. En temas generales como el cambio climático, calidad ambiental marina, áreas marinas protegidas, tecnologías de información, estoy muy bajita, y manejo integrado de zonas costeras. Nuestro público objetivo, gestores de datos oceanográficos de la región, que manejen información tanto marina como costera y que tengan requerimientos de información para este manejo. Siguiente. Tenemos ya 10 años de ser reconocidos, entonces tenemos 58 cursos impartidos a 1.474 estudiantes. Velamos por la equidad de género y tenemos una proporción, como vemos ahí, de 47 a 53 aproximadamente. Y estos estudiantes pertenecen a varios países del mundo, 34 en total, y tenemos principalmente de Centroamérica, de Sudamérica, son como 27-24%, algunos, 18% caribeños, unos cuantos europeos y también asiáticos, australianos y norteamericanos. En términos de, siguiente, next please. Dentro de los países de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, tenemos aquí una pequeña muestra de la distribución. Principalmente están México, Ecuador, Perú, Argentina, Chile, Brasil y Venezuela. Y ven una gran barra en Colombia. Esto es porque dentro del RTC hacemos cursos a medida de proyectos, por ejemplo, como el que Carolina nos acaba de mencionar sobre ADAPT, por ejemplo, es una buena muestra. Y otros a veces de diferentes países, que nos permite diseñar y responder a sus necesidades propias con fondos, que es lo más interesante. Siguiente. Next, please. Next, next. Bien, un poco de los temas de nuestros cursos para detallarles. En cambio climático tenemos el curso en capacitación y entrenamiento sobre medición de sistemas de carbonatos. Es bien interesante este curso, es de los más recientes y ha tenido bastante acogida porque se desarrolla en el marco de un proyecto regional. Tenemos también carbono azul y adaptación basada en ecosistemas. Los típicos, next one, to complete, yes, next. Okay. En áreas marinas protegidas tenemos cursos desde hace más de 5 años. Luego, es uno de los cursos estrella porque logramos tener bastante acogida y son bastante perseguidos, digámoslo así. El manejo integrado de zonas costeras son los cursos que tenemos desde hace 10 años casi. Tenemos nacionales y también para la región. El año pasado tuvimos el curso sobre el decenio, desarrollado por una institución nacional bastante particular, pero tuvo muy buena acogida. Eso del decenio se llama Todos por una causa, el océano que queremos. Y en tecnologías de información hemos ido evolucionando. Empezamos con repositorios digitales, tuvimos curso de GoDAR, de herramientas estadísticas para análisis de datos, Fundamento de Ciencias de Datos, nuestro SIC marino y algo de tecnologías de información. Es uno de los cursos también con bastante acogida. El curso de gestión y publicación de datos a través de la Red Global de Biodiversidad Genómica. Por supuesto, cursos en OBIS. Y tuvimos una versión de el uso de StoryMap, esta herramienta, con fines de ilustración y para proyectos específicos. Finalmente, tenemos el tema de calidad ambiental marina. Las estrellas me tratan de ubicar los cursos estrella, precisamente. Bien, por último, calidad ambiental marina nos permite tener una oferta de cursos derivados, por ejemplo, de la Red Camp, que es una de las presentaciones que nuestra compañera Paola en la mañana les dio. Su curso de entrenamiento para capacitación a personal nacional está montado dentro de la herramienta OTGA. Y ahora recientemente estamos migrando pues, a también capacitación en microplásticos y estresores. Siguiente, next. Bien, solo como resumen, para 2024 ya impartimos 5 cursos con un total de 69 estudiantes. Aquí un poquito de lo que fue el entrenamiento en línea. Estos 2 cursos fueron en línea. Siguiente. Y un poco de las estadísticas y la distribución y la acogida que tenemos con nuestros cursos en los diferentes países de la región. Bien interesante, tratamos de tener una representatividad de todos los cursos a través de nuestra plataforma. Los 2 últimos cursos, no, el último, el de carbonatos, es un curso que para este año se hizo de forma presencial y permitió cubrir toda la historia de vida de un dato. Toman el dato, lo analizan en el laboratorio, lo procesan y lo publican. Fue bien interesante y se va a seguir replicando. Y nuestro curso de manejo integrado de zona costera y planificación espacial marina, que en esta versión 2024 fue presencial y nacional, pero nos permitió volver a conectar con los gestores y autoridades ambientales locales y tuvimos también una fase de campo y eso hace que la experiencia académica sea mucho más interesante. Siguiente. Next. Bien, un poco para puntualizar entonces los retos como RTC. Por supuesto, gestionar fondos económicos para aumentar la oferta de cursos en formato presencial. Queremos continuarlo. El año pasado logramos 2 de 4. Esperamos seguir aumentando este número. El aumento de cursos a la medida en la región para países con necesidades, como les mencionaba, o para proyectos como el de ADAPT, creemos que es una fuente importante. Establecer cooperación entre el sector científico con el sector privado para ampliar la oferta de las temáticas en los cursos. Adaptarse y avanzar en temas de formación especializada que generalmente respondan a las mayores necesidades de la región, como la gestión de datos de información para los Centros Nacionales de Datos o las unidades asociadas de datos, es clave, o en los temas relacionados con metas de biodiversidad y también el enlace entre cambio climático y océano. Y finalmente, aumentar la cooperación entre RTCs. El curso de las áreas marinas protegidas lo hacemos en colaboración con el RTC Portugal, pero queremos continuar esta colaboración y que se potencialice con otros más centros en temas que tengamos similares. Ahora sí, para terminar, un poco de las mejores prácticas. Creemos que el interés para el intercambio de conocimiento y experiencia entre estudiantes de los cursos ha sido bien interesante. Se han creado pequeñas redes de trabajo e incluso con algunos estudiantes expertos hemos podido tener en la nueva versión del curso su presencia mostrándonos estudios de caso exitosos. La mejora continua a través de feedback de la encuesta que está diseñada por el proceso que nos acompaña la Secretaría para el Desarrollo de los Cursos es muy importante, porque cuando un curso se repite año tras año, este feedback permite mejorar y afinar con los contenidos derivados de las percepciones de los estudiantes. Finalmente, los cursos presenciales, pues ya lo había mencionado, involucran el trabajo de campo y mejoran la experiencia académica. Siguiente. Un poquito de los cursos de este año. Vemos todo el ciclo de formación del curso de carbonatos y al lado derecho el trabajo de los gestores de información y los autoridades locales en el curso de manejo integrado de zonas costeras. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Next, our next speaker is Olivia Pampaloni from UK National Oceanography Center, and she will be presenting on delivering architecture for a digital twin project, a glider data manager perspective. Olivia, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Olivia Pampaloni. I am a glider data manager at the National Oceanography Center at the British Oceanographic Data Center. I'm going to present some insights in the management of near real-time glider data needed for a digital twin of the ocean project. So during the summer of 2024 at the British Oceanographic Data Center, we dealt with a project called Synced Ocean, and it used glider as a primary source of data. Gliders are autonomous underwater vehicles which can travel for months at a time and can dive as deep as 1,000 meters generally. They can collect data from out-of-reach locations like polar regions, and they usually have a data collection cycle of about 3 hours, after which they resurface and they send data through satellites. At the National Oceanography Center, BODC has managed quite a few deployments, around 150, and we hold over 280,000 files. And we encourage open access data, and we deliver to the UK Met Office through the Global Telecommunication System. We also map source data to parameters from control vocabularies from the NERC vocabulary server, which has been introduced before. And we ensure that they are findable, accessible, reusable, and interoperable. A digital twin of the ocean is essentially a decision-making tool which uses a virtual copy of a physical asset that can be fed with real-time data, modeled, quality checked, and it can also essentially it changes dynamically to reflect the environment. Therefore, it's a very important tool. And the Synced Ocean project was financed by the UK NERC and Met Office to trial this digital twin. Next slide, please. So Synced Ocean used both satellite observation and glider near real-time data, especially chlorophyll and oxygen data to model harmful algal blooms and coastal deoxygenation. And the point was to evaluate the uncertainty between glider collected data and the satellite observations, model the data, and also generate mission planning for gliders so that they would be automatically know where to go to collect the data, where the uncertainty was. And this was led by the Plymouth Marine Laboratory in the UK. And they produced a data visualization tool, which is on the right. And the scientists at the Plymouth Marine Laboratory were downloading the data from the BODC AirDAP, and they were modeling it within a few hours. Therefore, we had to ensure that the data flow was very, very quick. Next slide, please. And this brings me to the topic of the presentation, which is that this project served us to isolate some of the issues we currently have in supporting digital twin of the ocean projects with near real-time data coming from gliders with our current architecture and personnel capability. And our processing workflow has requirements that have been put in place to ensure that data is managed according to best practices and a fair data principle farther down the line. And this is a breakdown of these requirements. So at BODC, we handle the metadata set up in our relational databases. And this is done prior to the campaign start. So the glider operator sent us the metadata and the calibration sheets, and we mapped these to our database. And We also set up the parameter conversion, and we do this internally in our database through a semantic sensor network and a metadata capture app. And our processing workflows also involve the submission app, which is downloaded by the glider operators by the BODC Open Access GitHub. And it requires authentication, the metadata that I have just mentioned, and a configuration file. And quite importantly is the metadata setup that we handle. It generates a deployment ID for the automated data processing. And this is important because the glider data will be pushed to that ID. And this automation of the data processing requires also cache files and the variables to be mapped to parameters from control vocabularies, otherwise the data doesn't go through. This produces an internal netcdf data format, which appends new data as they come in real time. And this gets converted to the Ocean Glider community format, and it gets delivered on AirDAP accompanied by the raw format. And it also goes on the BODC Glider catalog. So currently we have automated some of these steps, but data managers in BODC heavily rely on glider operators and software developers and engineers to inform us of the metadata changes and fix issues as we encounter them. And we have a monitoring dashboard to check that everything is processing smoothly. Next, please. This is just to put things into context. So this is what a data workflow is in BODC for glider data. So we set up metadata using the metadata capture app that I put in a screenshot. And we set up the database, and that makes sure that we have all the metadata requirements. So when data gets pushed to us by the glider, it goes to a shore-based server first. It goes through the file pusher app. And the file pusher app talks to our archive API, which checks if we already have the file. If not, the near real-time archival app triggers the ingestion steps of our ingestion steps. And this is done through the deployment ID I was talking about before. The data gets delivered in near real time, and it can get modeled, quality checked, and it goes into a digital twin in our case. This informs decision making, which in the Synced Ocean case, it meant generating the mission plans for the gliders. At BODC, we also handle the creation of DOIs for publication of data sets. Next, please. So as a summary, the lessons learned are that for a digital twin of the ocean, projects that are looking at using automation like gliders to collect data when we would normally use ships, we are still a bit behind in getting the data management workflows up to speed. Therefore, for example, DTOs require maximized data coverage, therefore they collect data overnight. And pilots and glider operators are contracted to work overnight, but data managers who supersede the data flow from the instrument to the user are not. Therefore, if there are issues overnight, that will cause a delay or a gap in data delivery, which will affect the next step. Therefore, the production of the mission plans, and the glider will be waiting for knowing where to go next. And also, we have manual checks required for troubleshooting and fixing issues. And all the communication happen through email, which for big projects like Digital Twin of the Ocean, which need to be operationally very fast, it's been quite hard to communicate a lot of the time what the essential metadata was missing and why that was stopping the processing. And also, at BODC, we have been working to improve and automate a lot of our processing steps, but a lot of the systems and the web apps we have been using are still being tested. And when we have multiple deployments at a time and deployments that are time sensitive, this can still be a sticky point. And also metadata flows tend to be something that we would like to align with the piloting systems to make sure that we have control on the processing steps. Next, please. So in conclusion, future DTO projects require upscaling of our current system to handle large and complex data flows while keeping the system fair and also utilized. And BODC has been working towards building internal resilience, such as automated workflows and diagnostic tools like QC. And also, we would like to work more with external networks and data centers to define best practices, to refine best practices. Also, we need to evaluate our asset capabilities, scopes, and costs. We will need more robust data engineering systems to support these projects in the future. And we need networks to understand the destination of digital twin of the ocean data outputs. And since this is coming as a bit of a revolution in data management, the digital twin of the oceans will be probably largely used in the future. We would like to make sure that we don't we don't stay a step behind to all this development, and we want to ensure that we can support these systems in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Continuamos con Erika Montoya Cadavid. Ella es colega del INVEMAR y nos va a presentar Strengthening the OBIS Network in Latin America and the Caribbean, Regional Cooperation and Capacity Building. Y luego está en español.
Es en español.
Adelante.
Gracias, Carolina. Buenas tardes. Yo soy Erika Montoya Cadavid y soy Data Manager del nodo OBIS Colombia. A continuación, pues quiero hablarles un poquito acerca del fortalecimiento de la red OBIS en América Latina y el Caribe, un poco en torno a la cooperación regional y el desarrollo de capacidades. Bien, entonces, en Latinoamérica y el Caribe actualmente tenemos activos 6 nodos. El nodo de OBIS Caribe, el cual fue creado en el año 2014 y es alojado por el Instituto de Tecnología y Ciencias Marinas de la Universidad Simón Bolívar, el nodo OBIS Colombia, el cual está alojado aquí en el INVEMAR, el nodo creado en el año 2014 también, el nodo OBIS Ecuador, el cual es de más reciente creación y fue creado en el año 2024. Y está alojado en el Ministerio de Ambiente, Agua y Transición Ecológica de ese país. El nodo del Pacífico Sur Oriental, SP por sus siglas en inglés, para el nodo de Chile, creado por el Instituto Milenio de Oceanografía en la Universidad de Concepción y que es el más antiguo de todos, creado en el año 2004. El nodo OBIS Argentina, creado en el año 2015. Y el cual está alojado por el Centro Nacional Patagónico. Y me disculpo por el nodo OBIS Brasil, es obviamente un error de tipeo, pero pues bueno, aquí estamos seguimos con él. Entonces el nodo OBIS Brasil fue creado en el año 2019 a partir del programa de investigación ecológica a largo plazo de hábitats costeros de Espíritu Santo. Y listo. Entonces en conjunto, esos 6 nodos, pues, ¿la devuelves? Gracias. Yes. En conjunto, esos 6 nodos aportan un total de más o menos 3.570.000 datos, un poco más quizás, que representan apenas el 2,6% del total de datos registrados actualmente en OBIS, los cuales superan los 136 millones. Entonces, esto claramente pues, nos da una idea del trabajo que tenemos, el desafío que tenemos adelante para poblar de datos para una región que es a su largo y a su ancho, pues contiene una gran cantidad de hotspots de biodiversidad. Bien, ahora sí, siguiente. Gracias. Pues bien, entonces reconociendo básicamente las necesidades de más datos que tenemos para esta región, pues lo primero que se hizo para encaminarnos hacia las fortalezas, hacia la identificación de fortalezas para la cooperación en torno a los diferentes nodos fue identificar un poco esas fortalezas y también los desafíos que veremos más adelante. Entonces allí en esta gráfica en común pues podemos ver algunos de esos principales, digamos, asuntos reconocidos por los nodos por sí mismos sobre sus capacidades. En principio, pues lo más importante sería dirigido hacia la capacidad técnica para el manejo de los nodos. Detrás de eso hay cerca de 25 personas en todos los nodos de Latinoamérica que están a cargo de los nodos de su administración y del apoyo de la administración de datos. También uno de los fuertes, las fortalezas más importantes es la publicación continua de datos, independientemente de los desafíos que ellos enfrentan, pues han estado sin parar haciendo visible esta información, y el uso de estándares, la concientización sobre ese uso de estándares y tratar de divulgarlo a través de las diferentes comunidades al interior de sus países. En ese sentido, pues estas fortalezas han estado dirigidas también a la continuación, digamos, de producción de algunos cursos, talleres, manuales, herramientas que sirvan para la publicación de datos. Y se ha participado en una gran cantidad de eventos. Entonces, los nodos reconocen eso como parte de sus fortalezas, pues hacer esfuerzos grandes para participar y dar a divulgar sus eventos particulares. A partir de eso, pues se han creado una gran cantidad de capacitaciones que en los últimos 2 años han, pues, dado como producto más de 350 personas capacitadas a través de esos talleres de manera conjunta. Siguiente, por favor. Pues bien, también en ese mismo sentido, pues ha tenido que hacerse un reconocimiento de los desafíos que estos nodos enfrentan para poder hablar de fortalecimiento de capacidades. Y en ese sentido, pues el más importante es quizás que la operación de estos nodos básicamente se hace con personal de dedicación parcial, como pueden ustedes observar en esta gráfica del lado derecho, donde pues todos los nodos operan de la misma manera, con una pequeña proporción de personal voluntario o básicamente por estudiantes o pasantes que pues, ofrecen algo de su tiempo para colaborar y apoyar esos productos. Entonces, quizás ese desafío, digamos, en términos de financiamiento, pues también es uno de los que es común a todos los nodos y también impacta un poco la necesidad de crear una mayor capacidad de infraestructura, que algunos reconocen pues como una limitante también para el desarrollo de su trabajo. Me refiero en términos de asimilación de tecnologías, mejora de capacidades con sus computadores, con alojamiento en la web, etcétera. Bien. También en ese sentido, pues entonces obviamente esos son desafíos pues per se de la operación de los nodos, pero hay otros desafíos importantes en términos de los productos y objetivos para cumplir por parte de los nodos, y es donde nosotros en una red de los países pues, que tenemos allí podemos aportar y generar un mayor fortalecimiento. En ese sentido, la articulación hacia los de OBIS con los sistemas de información nacionales al interior de los países y también con otras iniciativas como GIVIF en los diferentes países donde estos están presentes, pues es uno de los desafíos importantes. Si bien algunos países tienen una muy buena relación con estas iniciativas, hay países, por ejemplo, como nos mencionaban los colegas del nodo de Chile, ellos, por ejemplo, allí hay un nodo GIVIF, pero no han podido durante los años generar una estrategia de coordinación. Entonces, estas articulaciones siguen siendo pues como uno de los desafíos importantes y reconocidos pues por todos. Muy bien, entonces, de manera complementaria, ahora si quieres, siguiente, gracias. Entonces, esto es lo que ha motivado la creación de un grupo de trabajo regional entre los nodos, porque si bien hemos venido trabajando juntos y de manera aislada, cooperando eventualmente en algunas actividades, pues realmente se hace necesario como tener una red de trabajo más formal que nos permita, digamos, de alguna manera caminar juntos hacia el fortalecimiento pues de las capacidades y aprovechar pues al máximo lo que, pues, las fortalezas que cada uno para vencer esos desafíos que cada uno pues tiene en sus nodos nacionales. En ese sentido, pues se han identificado 4 ejes principales de trabajo a partir del trabajo que se ha hecho los nodos. Uno de ellos es el entrenamiento en estándares y gestión de datos para los proveedores y usuarios de OBIS, y ese de la mano del fortalecimiento de las capacidades de los administradores de datos. Entonces, ese será siempre un eje de trabajo continuo y necesario en nuestra región, pues más aún, especialmente para ayudar a asimilar pues contenidos y material que tenemos muy disponible, pero para el que la barrera del lenguaje sigue siendo, del lenguaje en español, sigue siendo, y en portugués también, sigue siendo pues como uno de los principales, digamos, hitos a romper. También está el tercer, digamos, eje sería la creación y adaptación de contenidos y recursos al español y, como les menciono, al portugués. En ese sentido, obviamente, nosotros hemos venido, como les digo, trabajando en algunos nodos con otros, pero ahora la idea es como consolidarnos un poco más fuerte y que todos esos nodos nos apoyemos para enriquecer esa producción de material que pues está disponible, pero que quizás necesitamos bajar a nuestros respectivos idiomas para que impactara una mayor cantidad de usuarios y de proveedores potenciales. Y luego, finalmente, el último eje, la promoción de iniciativas, proyectos y otras actividades de cooperación entre los nodos. Y una manera muy importante aquí a destacar es dar a conocer a OBIS, porque OBIS en nuestra región de Latinoamérica sigue siendo muy desconocido. Aún la gente, pues las personas les hablan de GBIF y lo conocen, pero OBIS todavía es como que apenas están identificando. Entonces tenemos un trabajo fuerte allí que hacer y aunar esfuerzos para esa divulgación y en parte pues todo eso va unido de la mano a ese trabajo que lidera el nodo OBIS Caribe, en el que, pues digamos, de alguna manera nosotros estamos aprovechando esta gran conferencia para establecer nuestras primeras reuniones formales como red, porque como les digo, hemos venido trabajando, pero no estaba establecido como algo formal. Incluso mañana tendremos nuestra primera reunión, donde ya estableceremos como un plan de trabajo y inicialmente pues ya tenemos una mirada hacia trabajar unos webinars para ayudar a divulgar un poco más a OBIS y los proyectos y trabajos que hemos venido pues realizando, porque son nodos muy activos, pero pues como les digo, las limitaciones que cada uno tiene a veces, pues como que dificultan un poco el trabajo que tenemos. Entonces, tenemos mucha esperanza de que en la siguiente conferencia quizás les traigamos a ustedes unos resultados más puntuales sobre este trabajo maravilloso que vamos a hacer entre todos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Erika. Continuamos con Daniel Alejandro Carrasco Palma. Él es del Laboratorio de Toxinas Marinas de la Facultad de Medicina de la Universidad de Chile.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Daniel Carrasco Palma, soy investigador del Laboratorio de Toxinas Marinas de la Facultad de Medicina de la Universidad de Chile y miembro de la red Remarco. Para mí es un placer compartir con ustedes nuestro trabajo titulado Plataforma Remarco, una estrategia para la sistematización y seguimiento de la contaminación marina por microplástico en Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Este trabajo es resultado del proyecto ARCAL RLA 7028 del Programa de Cooperación Técnica del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica. Remarco es la red de investigación de estresores marino-costeros en Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Es una red de investigación interdisciplinaria, voluntaria y sin fines de lucro en la que participan 18 países de la región. Utiliza técnicas nucleares isotópicas y analíticas para abordar los problemas medioambientales de los ecosistemas marino-costeros de América Latina y el Caribe. Y nace en el marco de los programas de cooperación técnica del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica, OIEA, y del Acuerdo Regional de Cooperación en América Latina y el Caribe, ARCAL, con el fin de contribuir al cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible número 14 y 17 de las Naciones Unidas. Como resultado de la participación de Remarco en los proyectos de cooperación técnica del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica, en el año 2019 se desarrolló un sistema de gestión de la información para disponer en la web de información generada en los monitoreos de microplásticos realizados en playas y zonas costeras mediante una recopilación sistemática y armonizada de los datos. Su propósito principal es disponer de información relevante para el conocimiento científico y la toma de decisiones por parte de los Estados miembros en las temáticas relacionadas a los estresores marino-costeros en Latinoamérica y el Caribe. El desarrollo de esta plataforma ha sido posible gracias al apoyo de los proyectos de cooperación técnica del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica, proyectos ARCAL RLA 7022, RLA 7025, ARCAL RLA 7028, proyecto en curso, y fondos del Laboratorio de Toxinas Marinas de la Universidad de Chile, institución miembro de Remarco y responsable del desarrollo y mantenimiento de la plataforma. Durante la etapa de desarrollo de la plataforma, participaron investigadores de la red Remarco, quienes cumplieron un importante rol en su diseño, compartiendo sus experiencias en el trabajo de campo y de laboratorio. Además, el diseño y la estructura de los datos se realizó considerando los requisitos establecidos en la metodología armonizada de la red Remarco para la determinación de microplásticos. Su diseño por medio de la parametrización de datos permite que la plataforma Remarco pueda incorporar nuevos requerimientos y por lo tanto la mejora continua de la aplicación. La plataforma web está hospedada e instalada sobre un servidor dedicado que utiliza un motor de base de datos DBMS SQL Server. Además, se ha implementado ciertos controles de seguridad a la información, principalmente mediante el acceso restringido de los usuarios autorizados en cada país mediante contraseña, y por medio de disponer como información pública solo aquella de tipo general, protegiendo la información específica y en consecuencia el trabajo científico desarrollado en la red. Adicionalmente, existen mecanismos de seguridad sobre la base de datos y aplicación proporcionados por la seguridad instalada en el servidor de aplicaciones. La plataforma Remarco cuenta con diferentes módulos de trabajo para cada uno de los 4 tipos de matrices ambientales en estudio. Estos son arena de playa, agua superficial, muestras de agua discreta y sedimentos. El diseño de la plataforma permite que la entrada de datos se realice en tiempo real con múltiples usuarios interactuando a la vez. Para esto, la plataforma se ha desarrollado considerando diferentes niveles de programación y estructura de datos, que permite acceder a la información específica según el usuario. El primer nivel es país, creado en función al número de países participantes de Remarco, en la actualidad 18 países miembros. Un segundo nivel corresponde a las instituciones del país responsable de ingresar la información correspondiente. Y un tercer nivel a los usuarios de la plataforma, quienes cuentan con un nombre, código y contraseña. De esta forma, cada usuario se asocia de manera única e inequívoca a una institución y a un país específico. La información ingresada y datos correspondientes tanto a las instituciones, investigadores, sitios de estudio como también a los generados en los muestreos y los resultados de las determinaciones son responsabilidad de los propios usuarios, quienes deben validar dicha información antes de que ésta sea pública. El acceso a la plataforma se realiza a través del sitio web de Remarco, www.remarco.org. Al entrar se muestra un mapa donde es posible revisar los sitios donde se ha realizado un monitoreo de microplásticos en la región. Además, es posible descargar un informe PDF con un resumen de los resultados obtenidos en cada uno de los sitios de monitoreo. La información contenida en esta página es de acceso. El ingreso de los datos es asegurado por el ingreso de usuarios con contraseña que tienen acceso a de y datos clientes. Pasar a la plataforma se una pantalla principal de cada país con sus propios de configuración a los estudios de geografía, las acciones, investigaciones y los puede determinar el material seleccionar matriz el usuario del panel que menú de sacar habla la información facilita de cada muestreo. Además, define búsqueda conforme con toda la información del muestreo regional. La información realiza una tabla donde se información correspondiente y una a la información a los resultados de análisis. Una vez ingresada y validada la información, los usuarios pueden descargar esa forma de reporte de cada una de las consultas. Datos Lecciones aprendidas durante el proceso. El desarrollo de sistemas de gestión de la información investigadores. La plataforma debe permitir actualizaciones, ser escalable, investigadores, sitios de estudio, como también a los generados en los muestreos y los resultados de las determinaciones, son responsabilidad de los propios usuarios quienes deben validar dicha información antes de que ésta sea pública. El acceso a la plataforma se realiza a través del sitio web de Remarco, www.remarco.org. Al entrar se muestra un mapa donde es posible revisar los sitios donde se ha realizado monitoreo de microplástico en la región. Además, es posible descargar un informe en PDF con un resumen de los resultados obtenidos en cada uno de los sitios de monitoreo. La información contenida en esta página es de acceso público. El ingreso a los datos está asegurado mediante el ingreso de usuarios con contraseña, quienes tienen acceso a la sesión de trabajo y datos correspondientes al país. Al ingresar a la plataforma, se accede a una pantalla principal donde cada país define sus propios parámetros de configuración relacionados a los sitios de estudio, las áreas geográficas, las instituciones y los investigadores responsables de los muestreos y los análisis. Además, el usuario puede seleccionar el tipo de matriz ambiental a reportar. Una vez seleccionada una matriz, el usuario ingresa al panel de trabajo que presenta un menú con las diferentes acciones y a una tabla que resume la información introducida y facilita la búsqueda de cada uno de los muestreos realizados. Además, posee filtros de búsqueda y un informe completo con toda la información sobre el muestreo de los resultados del análisis. El ingreso de la información se realiza en dos etapas, una primera etapa donde se ingresa la información correspondiente al muestreo y una segunda etapa donde se ingresa la información a los resultados de los análisis de microplásticos. Una vez ingresada y validada la información, los usuarios pueden descargar los datos ingresados a la plataforma generando reportes en PDF de cada una de las muestras junto con sus resultados. Y además descargar los datos consolidados de toda la información introducida por el país como planilla Excel. Lecciones aprendidas durante el proceso. El desarrollo de sistemas de gestión de la información requiere de datos válidos y comparables, por lo tanto, estos deben ser generados a partir de metodologías armonizadas. Además, requiere de un trabajo conjunto entre personal informático y los investigadores. La plataforma debe permitir actualizaciones, ser escalable, fácil de usar y facilitar la información en función a las necesidades de los investigadores. El intercambio de información, incluyendo publicaciones y buenas prácticas relacionadas con el desarrollo de la plataforma, debe realizarse siempre de acuerdo con las normas institucionales y el marco legal de cada uno de los participantes. A la fecha, la plataforma Remarco se ha convertido en un repositorio internacional con información obtenida por medio de metodologías armonizadas que permiten generar datos válidos y comparables, incluyendo las costas del Océano Pacífico y Atlántico. Actualmente dispone de información generada durante la ejecución de los proyectos financiados por el Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica, ARCAL RLA 7022, RLA 7025 y ARCAL RLA 7028, proyecto en curso, proveniente de 47 sitios de estudio de los países miembros de la red y más de 106 monitoreos realizados durante los años 2019 al 2024. Los propios investigadores ingresan estos datos y sus resultados a la plataforma, que se encuentran disponibles en línea para el acceso público mediante mapas y reportes descargables. Gracias a estas acciones, Remarco genera información científica válida necesaria para la toma de decisiones y la gestión integral y sostenible del ambiente marino costero en la región, lo que contribuye significativamente a las acciones globales del diseño de los océanos y a la estrategia Nutec Plastic del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica. Agradezco a los investigadores del componente microplásticos de la red Remarco, quienes son los coautores de este trabajo, al proyecto ARCAL RLA 7028 financiado por el Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica y al Laboratorio de Toxinas Marinas de la Facultad de Medicina de la Universidad de Chile. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Daniel Alejandro. Our apologies for the technical issues, and thanks to our very patient interpreters who try to make sense of what was being said earlier. And our last presentation for this batch is Adel Hinan, who will be also delivering online. He's from the Global Fishing Watch, and his presentation is on capacity development for sustainable fisheries.
Good afternoon to all.
Okay.
I'm very pleased to be able to join you today in order to present this work, and I'm doing so really on behalf of Ame Komagawi-Dixon, who led this work alongside our co-authors. My name is Adel Heenan. I'm the Head of Analysis and Capacity Development at Global Fishing Watch. For those of you who are unfamiliar with us as an organization, we're an international nonprofit that specializes in combining satellite technology, machine learning, and data visualization to better understand human activity at sea. We provide data-driven insights through a series of free and open source data sets and tools that are available to anybody with an internet connection. We collaborate with governments and use these data alongside the concepts of transparency in order to advance the sustainability of marine resources. As an organization, we've got a series of entirely interdependent teams: research and innovation, product and engineering, and program delivery. If you'd like to find out more about our work, please go and have a look at our website, where you can find out about our impacts, our tools, and the variety of projects that we've been involved with. But today, what I'm really going to focus in on is our capacity development work. So to give you a bit of context as to where we're coming from, as an organization, we just started in 2015. We became an independent nonprofit in 2017. And then in 2002, we initiated capacity development as a core part of our work with governments. And other stakeholders around the world. To give you an idea of our reach, between 2022 and 2024, we conducted 65 training workshops reaching over 1,200 people across 30 different countries. About half of those were in Latin America, to an audience primarily made up of staff from national governments, but also regional agencies, NGOs, and research institutes. What I want to talk to you about today is an exercise that we recently went through, whereby we took a moment to pause and reflect to understand how we were approaching and thinking about capacity development at our organization in order to learn from and shape our future interventions. The work I'm going to talk about is all focused in Latin America, which at the time of starting on this exercise was our most well-established team, as it had been active since 2019. So to do this, what we did was we selected 3 case studies, each representing a scale of different capacity development interventions: national, sub-regional, and regional. We then ran a series of semi-structured interviews or expert group discussions with staff in order to synthesize their experiences. We then conducted thematic analyses of the interview transcripts in order to pull out some latent themes, broader meanings from the textual data that was present in the interview transcripts. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background on each of these case studies before jumping into the main findings that were common across all 3 of the case studies. The first case study focuses on monitoring of transshipment. So transshipment within fisheries simply refers to the direct transfer of fish from one vessel to another. And understanding transshipment is an important part of fisheries management as it relates to the supply chain of fisheries. Panama is a major player in global fisheries because of the large size of its international carrier vessel fleet. So these are the vessels that specialize in transshipment. When we started working with Panama initially, we really focused on very tools-based trainings and us delivering them analytical reports. We then ran an independent needs assessment with the Fisheries Monitoring Centre staff, and that surfaced some gaps in their individual skills and institutional processes to monitor transshipment. So from that, we developed a standard operating protocol. This protocol was formally adopted by the agency at the end of last year, and then we delivered trainings to the operators to familiarize themselves with the new standard operating protocols. Moving on to the second case study, this was focused in the Eastern Tropical Pacific Marine Corridor, CMAR. CMAR is a cooperative initiative across Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Panama that focuses in on or coming together to protect marine biodiversity in these areas. Here we provided support to the CMAR and the CMAR countries by providing the digital tool Marine Manager as a data visualization tool. Through a series of workshops across 5 different countries, which reached over 300 people, we got a better understanding as to their needs, as to what data they wanted to look at in relation to the discussions that were underway around designating potential marine protected area sites. In the background, we were providing technical analytical support to the CMAR UNESCO Biosphere Reserve application. The feedback that we gathered in the workshops really then informed the development of the Marine Manager tool through the integration of new data layers that people were requesting, and also adding on workspaces and additional functionality within the platform itself. We also contributed to wider knowledge exchange with NGOs, regional networks, and also webinars. Moving to the third case study, this focused on unregulated distance water fishing fleets that were operating off the coasts of Ecuador, Peru, and Chile. This is an interesting fishery in that the vessels use really bright lights in order to attract squid, which are then caught. And these lights are detected by satellites at night. When we were working with journalists and policymakers, they were concerned about the high levels of activity of these distance water fishing nations working off these coasts. Fishing quite intensively in what was an unregulated fishery. Based on that, the research team developed a new model that allowed the satellite data sets that we had access to estimate nightlight fishing by these squid jigging vessels. This fed into a peer-reviewed publication, the results of which were then presented at various scientific meetings. After that, the dataset was then pipelined by the engineering team to the product, to the front end of the platform, so that anybody could access and inspect these data themselves. We then interacted with journalists and coached them in understanding and using these data and inspecting it themselves, as well as provided a series of briefings with the fisheries agencies, for example, Cernapesca, so that they could be able to monitor the fleet themselves using the Global Fishing Watch platform. So moving from the case studies to the reflections, the first thing that struck us really was on the variety of modes in which we've been doing capacity development. It was interesting because the majority of the staff, when we spoke to them, they really only thought about trainings and workshops as capacity development. But actually, the thematic analysis revealed a great breadth in a whole diverse range of different types of interventions. Things like experimental learning, mentoring, running these needs assessments, briefings, best practices, standard operating protocols. And we think it's really useful to sort of recognize the variety of these modes, in part because some of them are much more cost effective and just more effective in terms of adult learning as compared to a training workshop. The other thing about the different modes is that some are specifically targeted at individuals, whereas others are targeted at institutions. And we recognize that you really need to deploy capacity development at both these levels in order to ensure long-term sustainability in your capacity development interventions. So, for example, with Panama, we landed on the standard operating protocol because this really standardizes an approach which will stand the test of time beyond the fast turnover of staff that we saw when we were doing the needs assessments. So each of these case studies was really focusing in on and providing distinct examples of capacity development efforts to integrate satellite-based technologies and data to better understand the fishery system. And our thematic analysis revealed various factors that can either drive forward or really hamper your efforts. In terms of factors that can cause and maintain momentum are things like trust, better preparation, and storycraft. Whereas things that can really drag things out or slow things down are hesitation, which can come through kind of a lack of understanding, discontinuity, for instance, political kind of election cycles and changeover in staffs, and also restrictions, so perhaps sometimes a lack of permission or a lack of resources to take part in the interventions. So that's a very rapid overview, but if you're interested in finding out more, we've recently submitted this as a manuscript. In terms of what's happening next for us, we're conducting needs assessments to define the other capacity development modes we're going to deploy elsewhere. We're developing out our mentoring program, and we're really embedding reflective practice and a monitoring, evaluation and learning, or MEL framework for our efforts. The MEL is critical because obviously the reflections that we shared just now are subject to our own bias because we were just talking internally with our staff. The next phase is really to look externally. And so to wrap things up, it's really clear that the types of technologies that Global Fishing Watch specializes in, it can facilitate digital knowledge exchange and decision making, but really fully realizing their benefits requires much more than simply making the tools or giving trainings or making data sets publicly available. Rather, it requires a sort of transfer of the necessary skills and knowledge to individuals as well as the institutions into which those individuals work. We learned that certain factors will operate over and above that, and that by deliberately pausing and reflecting and sort of sharing the lessons learned that we've experienced during the course of these capacity development work will both improve our work and hopefully that of others as well. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your time. I'm looking forward to the remaining talks, and please do reach out if you've got any additional questions. Thank you.
Bien, tenemos ahora una pausa, pero quiero antes pedir un fuerte aplauso para todos los expositores de esta parte de la sesión. Y continuaremos ahora con 3 presentaciones después. Adelante.
Okay, thank you to our speakers and session leads for the very interesting session. We're going to take a short break now. Before we leave, remember you can follow recordings and posters online at the conference website, or you can scan the QR code outside the room. Also, a small announcement, maybe we can encourage you to reuse your paper cups for coffee. Maybe you can try to reuse that and avoid a lot of litter. So we encourage you to reuse your cup. And we'll reconvene at 4:30. So please be on time so we can resume the session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's like that's more there was I'm not from yeah, yeah, I think I remember that. So a little bit, yeah.
Good afternoon. We will reconvene the session, so please be seated. All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you woke up with some coffee. I now invite our session leads to take the floor again. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We're down to the last session in the afternoon, and in the day, we have the 3 remaining presenters to complete the 15 presentations for this CD session. And afterwards, we're going to have a Q&A for our on-site and online attendees as well. So let me now call on my wonderful colleague from UNESCO IOC and OTGA, Mr. Greg Reed, who's going to present on online training as an effective tool for capacity building. Insights from the VLIS OTGA Ocean Data Management Core Series. Greg, please.
Thank you, Johanna. And I'm presenting this today on behalf of colleagues from VLIS and from the IOC project office in Ostend, Belgium. So, first of all, effective data management. It's a crucial part of ensuring the longevity, the utility, and the accessibility of scientific data. Data and information exchange have long been important topics in ocean science, and the endorsement of data sharing and fair principles as key to the sustainable ocean planning and management has raised awareness and driven the demand for training and capacity building in data management. In the past, the Ocean Teacher Global Academy has delivered training courses as on-site courses, instructor-led, but we've now moved to an on-site, to an online and self-paced format. Thanks. So 2 training courses have been developed and delivered through the Ocean Teacher Global Academy. And these are the Ocean Data Management course and the Biological Data Management course. These are online, fully self-paced training courses, and they provide a comprehensive introduction to the management of marine data, including the guiding principles of data management and some of the typical responsibilities of data managers, data stewards, and scientists. The courses have been developed by data management experts at the VLIS Data Centre in collaboration with the OTGA Regional Training Centre in Ostend, Belgium. Next. So these 2 courses, first of all, we have the Ocean Data Management course. This course provides a comprehensive introduction to the general aspects of the management of marine data. And included in the course are topics such as the research data life cycle, metadata, quality control, data policy, data sharing and publishing, and data management plans. For the biological data management course, it provides a comprehensive introduction to the management and archive of marine biological data, including the guiding principles of biological data management. Several types of biological data are discussed in the course and how these data can be formatted and standardized and quality controlled and then submitted to national and international initiatives. Next. So the data management courses, the series of data management courses I'm talking about, are structured as learning modules using the Ocean Teacher Global Academy standard course template. So each module includes an introduction and a list of learning outcomes. Also included in each module are the learning activities, and you can see here you have the introduction, the learning outcomes, and then we have a series of lessons which actually contain the content for the course. Also included are some learning activities such as quizzes, and these are used to check the learner's understanding of the content. Normally a certificate is awarded to the participants that complete all the lessons and achieve a pass for the learning activities. However, some people might not want to complete a whole course. They might be interested in 1 or 2 lessons or modules. So we can also adapt the course for people that don't want to do the whole course, but they won't then receive a certificate at the end. So here's some statistics and some results from these courses. So the Ocean Data Management Self-Paced course was delivered since 2022, and the Biological Data Management course has been delivered since 2024. So in this graph here, you can see the number of participants that have attended or enrolled in the courses. And you notice in 2024, we had 775 participants. And that was because the Ocean Data Management course was held twice in that year, and the Biological Data Management course was held once. So that's the 3 courses during that period. You can see here some of the statistics, the number of countries that have participated in the courses, and includes 70% of the participants are from Africa and 2% are from SIDS countries. The Ocean Data Management course is currently open for enrolment at the moment, and it's open until the end of May. And after that, the Biological Data Management course will be opened up. Some of the participants who are involved in the course include researchers, technicians, data managers, planners, project coordinators, as well as a number of students. So all of our Ocean Teacher Global Academy courses are evaluated using a standard anonymized online feedback survey. And this is used to collect the opinions from the course participants. The results from the feedback are used for continuous improvement for future training courses. And the feedback for the Ocean Data Management course series is assessed and used to improve future editions of the course. And you can see here on the right-hand side some sample feedback received. I think, as mentioned previously by Carolina Garcia in her presentation, Ocean Teacher Global Academy has 4 official languages: English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. At the moment, these Ocean Data Management courses are only available in English, but we have had requests to have them available in multiple languages, and it's certainly a priority for us, particularly to provide these courses in Spanish. So that'll be for the future. Thanks. So what have we learnt from delivering these courses? So some of the benefits of delivering these self-paced courses include flexibility, accessibility, and convenience for the learners. So they can do the course in their own time, in their own place of work or in their homes. It's also a cost-effective solution, so we can allow courses to be available available for longer periods, and it results in broader participation. The positive feedback that we've received for the courses so far has the potential to make these courses part of a fixed part of the curricula, and can be used for onboarding institutions for managing marine data. These courses have been key to empowering learners around the world to implement core tasks related to data preservation and long-term stewardship. And also, they've contributed to the implementation of the objectives of the Ocean Decade Data and Information Strategy, as well as the UNESCO ISE Capacity Development Strategy. So thank you for your attention. And if you want more information, please go to oceanteacher.org, where you can find information about these courses. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Continuamos con Laura Marcela Vázquez López. Ella pertenece a la Dirección General Marítima y nos va a hablar sobre el fortaleciendo la gestión marina, caracterización de corrientes superficiales y accesibilidad de datos en puertos clave del Pacífico colombiano. Bienvenida.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos. Mi nombre, como mencionan, es Laura Marcela Vázquez López. Hago parte del Centro de Investigaciones Oceanográficas e Hidrográficas de la Dirección General Marítima Colombiana. E inicio mi presentación agradeciendo este espacio para poder socializar con ustedes estas iniciativas de investigación que venimos desarrollando desde la Dirección General Marítima. En la presentación que les voy a hacer el día de hoy, voy a abordar un leve contexto, la metodología que empleamos dentro del proyecto, el control de calidad, la gestión y acceso de los datos abiertos y algunas herramientas de visualización. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, como contexto, porque me imagino que no todos aquí saben, la Dirección General Marítima Colombiana es la autoridad marítima encargada de ejecutar la política de gobierno en esta materia dentro de la jurisdicción tanto del Caribe colombiano como del Pacífico colombiano. Y esto con el fin de garantizar seguridad integral marítima, salvaguardar la vida humana en el mar y además promocionar la generación de datos e información técnico-científica. La Dirección General Marítima cuenta con 2 centros de investigaciones, uno ubicado en el Caribe, en la ciudad de Cartagena, y otro ubicado al sur del Pacífico colombiano, en la ciudad de Tumaco. Nosotros contamos con más de 30 sensores distribuidos a lo largo de los litorales, tanto Pacífico como Caribe, que se encargan de registrar variables oceanográficas y atmosféricas. Contamos con personal altamente calificado que en conjunto con las plataformas oceanográficas de investigación y toda esta red de sensores que tenemos, estamos adquiriendo constantemente información oceanográfica y meteorológica que finalmente van a reposar al Centro Colombiano de Datos Oceanográficos, CECOLDO, que también es el Centro Nacional de Datos Oceanográficos y el Coordinador Nacional, IODE. Entonces, la Dirección General Marítima en el año 2019 actualiza o incluye más bien en el Reglamento Marítimo Colombiano la política de datos abiertos, en la cual se especifican estos lineamientos para que todos los ciudadanos puedan acceder a los datos y a la información oceanográfica y meteorológica y cómo se deben usar. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, entonces, en este contexto, en el Centro de Investigaciones Oceanográficas, en el año 2020 iniciamos un proyecto que se encargaba, o la idea principal del proyecto era poder conocer cómo era la dinámica de las corrientes superficiales en 3 puertos principales del Pacífico colombiano. Durante las 2 épocas del año que son muy marcadas en el Pacífico, teniendo en cuenta procesos meteorológicos locales que hacen que tengamos 2 épocas, una de mayor lluvias y una de menores lluvias, y lo que queríamos ver era cómo era la variabilidad de las corrientes. A partir de los datos que recopilamos en campo y el análisis, pudimos identificar zonas de riesgo potenciales para temas de seguridad en la navegación, que es la gráfica del costado izquierdo. Las zonas amarillas son las zonas de donde encontramos esos lugares de mayores intensidades de corrientes. Y con esto, pues, poder suministrar información valiosa para temas, por ejemplo, de accidentes de buques. Adicionalmente, esta información contribuyó a proyectos que permitieron determinar, por ejemplo, la dinámica sedimentaria, aportes en temas de investigación acerca de energías alternativas y también de productividad primaria. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, ustedes se preguntarán que cómo hicimos la selección de los puertos. Las imágenes que ven ahí son los lugares donde se ubican los puertos seleccionados y lo hicimos básicamente identificando cuáles eran esas estadísticas de mayor tráfico marítimo, teniendo en cuenta que íbamos a garantizar que esa información fuera útil para una mayor cantidad de personas. Entonces, con esta selección podemos beneficiar a más de 1.300 embarcaciones de tráfico internacional que transitan de manera anual en estos puertos y más de 2.000 embarcaciones nacionales. Los puertos identificados están entre el centro y sur del Pacífico colombiano, se llaman Bahía Málaga, Bahía de Buenaventura y Bahía de Tumaco. Siguiente. Bueno, la metodología del proyecto se basó en tres procesos principales. Uno relacionado con la parte de planificación de las campañas de campo y la adquisición de los datos. Se garantizó que durante las campañas de campo pudiéramos estar en mareas de sisija, mareas vivas, teniendo en cuenta que en el Pacífico colombiano se caracteriza por presentar macromareas y la idea era garantizar poder obtener las corrientes más intensas. Se hicieron mediciones en dos modalidades, en modalidad de fondeo y remolcado por embarcaciones utilizando ADCPs. Y de aquí quiero resaltar que actualmente tenemos a disposición más de 12 millones de datos de corrientes. Luego, estos datos son procesados a partir de los software específicos de los sensores y herramientas que se desarrollaron en el centro para poder estandarizar y darle pues un control de calidad a los datos, los cuales finalmente fueron almacenados en una base de datos y empleados para estrategias de visualización. Siguiente. El control de calidad se realizó a partir de una herramienta de geoprocesamiento desarrollada en ArcGIS y en Python que nos permite hacer el control de calidad de 4 ADCPs diferentes de manera automática, la revisión de experto que nos permite identificar si esas banderas de control de calidad asignadas a los datos fueron de manera correcta o si en algunos casos es necesario cambiarla. Exploración estadística permite hacer análisis armónicos y estandarizar estos datos para luego poder ser almacenados en el secoldo. Siguiente. Como les mencionaba, bueno, aquí en el Centro Colombiano de Datos lo que hacemos es almacenar tanto los datos brutos como datos con control de calidad de un nivel primario y de un nivel avanzado. Siguiente. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, si quieres le das clic o siguiente para que se actualice. La forma es un video atrás. Atrás es un video. It's a video. Bueno, aquí les iba a explicar la forma de cómo poder acceder a los datos. Entonces es a través de la página de la Dirección General Marítima. Se van a la parte final y entran a la tarjeta de Secoldo. Enseguida entran a la base de datos abiertos y después al conjunto de datos. Seguido hacemos un filtro en los datos de océano y después sencillamente lo que hacemos es poner una palabra clave, en este caso corrientes, y podemos seleccionar el set de datos de interés, el cual puede ser descargado y encontrarán en la parte final información acerca de los metadatos que también pueden ser descargados. Siguiente, por favor. Como parte de las estrategias de visualización dentro de la página del CCCP encontramos ya un contexto un poco más extenso acerca del origen de los datos para los que estén interesados en profundizar, acerca de la metodología, el personal que participó en el proyecto y, digamos, da un contexto general de los datos de corrientes. Adicionalmente, vamos a publicar una cartilla que ya tiene un poco más resultados estadísticos y concretos de los datos que se recopilaron. Siguiente. Y finalmente, siguiente, este también es un video. Y finalmente, este es un geovisor que tenemos a disposición también de la ciudadanía en general, el cual pues permite visualizar los resultados en forma de capas geográficas, y esta aplicación lo que nos permite es filtrar por los puertos donde se encontró la información, los años, los meses, los días, las profundidades y los estados de marea. Con estos filtros, los usuarios pueden verificar cómo se comportaron las intensidades de las corrientes en estas zonas de interés, verificar cuáles son las direcciones predominantes, las magnitudes, y al costado izquierdo poder tener información estadística descriptiva que finalmente pues, puede ser empleado por los usuarios para sus diferentes fines. Siguiente. Y bueno, finalmente agradecer a todo el equipo de trabajo que está detrás de este proyecto y que hacemos parte del Centro de Investigaciones Oceanográficas e Hidrográficas del Pacífico. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much, Laura Marcela. And now we have our last speaker for this session. Do we have Mr. Thierry Carval from IFREMER, or the French Institute for Ocean Science, and he's going to present on Eurogoose data policy underpinning the ocean decade, digital ocean ecosystem. Yes, please.
Yes. So first, what is Eurogoose? Eurogoose is composed in Europe of 48 members from 19 countries. And all in all, we have working groups, we have task teams, we have regional operating system. And if you add all the participants there, you reach 140 institutions. So Eurogoose activity ranges from observing in situ data, so the measurements in the ocean, collecting data, then processing and modeling, and delivering services and information. Next, please. So Eurogoose is part of the Global Ocean Observing System. So you can see we are the European part of this system. And I can say hello to the colleagues from IO Caribe Goose. Next slide, please. So Eurogoose adopted a strategy for 2030. So Eurogoose first is there to stimulate communities of practices. Second objective, to advocate for coordination and integrated European ocean observing and operational oceanography. To strengthen and expand partnerships and promote, so the fourth objective is to promote sustainability across a value chain of operational oceanography and ocean observing. And last but not least, mobilize the public on the importance of ocean and oceanographic services. Next, please. So Eurogoose is composed of 5 regional operating oceanographic systems, the ROOSes. You have Arctic, you have Baltic, you have Norwest Shelf, you have IB region, and the Mediterranean Sea. Next, please. So another part of Eurogoose is that we have task teams, and actually 6 task teams. One is for high-frequency HF radar implementation. The other is for glider operation. Then we have a task team for Argo floats, a task team for tide gauges, and another one for ferry boxes and fixed platforms. And then Eurogoose has working groups. So one working group is about coastal ocean. The other is biological observation, ocean literacy. So it's important that the citizen, we provide attention to citizens and in schools of the importance of ocean observation. Another working group is technology planning, science, of course, the working group, and data management. So that's something that I'm much involved there. So an example of the data management activities was the publication of the Eurogoose data policy in ocean best practices. So it's a publication, but more than a publication, it's a commitment from all the members of the institutions at the highest level signed this commitment, this Eurogoose data policy. Next, please. So the context for this data policy in 2019, it was IOC Oceanographic Data that published its first data policy. In 2021, there was very important, the WMO published a new unified data policy where core data must be freely available and recommended data for which there are agreements that can be needed. And all GOOS EOVs, essential ocean variables, and ECVs, essential climate variable, are considered as core data. And then in 2023, there was a revision of the IOC data policy, and it was then that we, in parallel, published a new Eurogoose data policy. Next, please. So it's not just another data policy among many others. No, it is the European implementation of the IOC data policy. And there we commit on having core marine data to be shared with the minimum possible delay, free circulation of EOV data, quality control and accompanied by metadata, submitted to European and international open data systems, available with minimum restriction on use unless there are valid reasons to restrict the access. And the most important is engage Eurogoose members, organizations, and community to commit to implementation. Next. So the Eurogoose data policy and the ocean decade. So Eurogoose data policy is a cornerstone for the ocean decade, ensuring open and fair access to key ocean data. By mandating members to openly share EOVs, Eurogoose supports the decade's digital ocean ecosystem and key services like the World Ocean Database or Copernicus Marine Service. The policy aligns with global frameworks, IOC, GOOS, WMO, to promote cohesive global ocean data accessibility. And so this transparent data exchange underpins vital, societal, and economic benefits from marine safety, climate modeling to sustaining the blue economy. So it aligns seamlessly with the Ocean Decade's vision for a well-connected and informed global ocean community. So the European implementation of IOC data policy is very simple. It contains 10 concise and clear sections. First chapter, data should be freely openly shared with minimum delay and restriction. Second chapter, Eurogoose members share core marine data. Third, Creative Commons license CC BY clear and unambiguous licenses are recommended, such as CC BY. Minimal restriction, unless there are valid reasons for that. Free circulation of EOV is of major importance for science and safety. Chapter 6, data should meet the fair guiding principles. 7, data should be formatted and quality control. Don't throw data as it was measured on the operational system. Quality control in real-time and delayed mode is part of the job. Use national oceanographic data centers organized by CDataNet in Europe or International Observation Network data system. And ensure that long-term and secure archival in IODE's World Ocean Database, OBIS, and World WDC are performed. Detailed data and metadata sharing guidelines. So the take-home message is Eurogoose data policy is the European implementation of IOC data policy. It is our commitment for ocean data circulation and use in support of European and global policy and societal challenges. So this data policy promotes ethically open data, as open as possible, as close as necessary, clear, unambiguous data licenses, such as CC BY, long-term archives in certified repositories, and fair principle. And now we signed, the institution signed, and now we have to implement. So data policy implementation. One major topic is about data DOI, digital object identifier. And we recognize that a major purpose of a data DOI is to enable accurate citation in publication. With accurate citation in publication, you ensure that researchers receive proper credit for their data and their work that can be reliably referenced and built upon. So, having said that, we recommend to set the granularity of the data DOI with regard to the future citation of the data. So, data traceability policies, we want to work, or we want to implement an ecosystem of PIDs. So what we strongly recommend, what we are working on, if you want to cite a publication, then the Crossref DOI is a good choice, we consider. If you want to have a PID for a data set, then it will be DataCite PIDs. If you want to properly credit a person, a scientist, a participant, a human being, then ORCID is also a good choice. If you want to credit an organization or the organizations that participate into the ocean observing system, then the raw PIDs are very general and they are a good choice, we consider. You want to also credit the funding agencies, give detail about the budget and the fundings. So grant ID is interesting. And for long-term preservation of the software that allow to generate the data sets, that allow to make the publication, then software heritage is one choice among others, but we consider that it's a correct choice now. So next slide, please. If you make all the efforts to build this ecosystem of PIDs, then you can be rewarded. I give the example of OpenAIRE. OpenAIRE is a platform as a service that empowers research communities to effortlessly create and manage custom web portal. When I say effortlessly, if you made the effort of having and managing PIDs, then OpenAIRE will make it things easy. So this intuitive system enables the automatic indexing of resources, dataset, document, etc., by providing search patterns for metadata across a range of permanent identifiers, such as Crossref, DataCite, ROR, Grant ID, ORCID. Then I give you here the example of one project, which is called the EuroArgo RISE. And on this web page, you will have a presentation, and very concise and very serious presentation of the project and the outcomes of the project. So you can see here, it's maybe a little bit small, but you can clearly see who has been funding that, what was the budget, when did it start it, and when did it stop. You have a summary of the project. You have the list of participants, and you have the name here, but behind you have the PIDs and the links to the institution, the participants. You have the list of publications, of 118 publications were made within this EuroArgo RISE project. Research data, there were 37 data sets that were published as EuroArgo RISE project. Research, you can tell the research. Software, yes, research software. So 4 of them are credited to the project, and other research projects such as a website and so on are listed here. So there are 44 of them. And very important, you have a direct link to the data management plan of the project. And you can get also some statistic on that. And so, thank you. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much, Terry. And just stay on the podium, because we would like to invite now all the speakers from the session 2 to please come up and join us here on stage. We are going to, okay. We are going to proceed with the Q&A. Yes, I think we have.
Maybe if the presenters can take into account that they have their translation with them so that they understand all languages.
Right,
Just to be
please
sure.
bring your. Very good. Well, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you once again for your contribution to session 2. We have very rich presentations on various capacity development initiatives and projects that contribute to developing local, regional, and global capacity in ocean science, focusing on technology, services, and products, and access to data, platforms, and also including training and community engagement. So we will start with the Q&A. Let's start with the participants on site. May we ask you to please raise your hand if you have any question. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation if possible. And please also tell us to whom are you addressing your question, so they can be directly addressed to the speakers. Yeah, anyone? Our wonderful Invimar support staff are around to hand the microphone. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Adam Ledbetter. I'm with the Decade Coordination Office for Ocean Data Sharing. My question's for Nydia on the Blue Cloud. You mentioned the data lake, and obviously there are other data lakes for other digital twin programs in Europe. So how compatible is the Blue Cloud data lake with the Ditto data lake and with other things that are happening in digital twinning regionally and globally?
Okay, so for the value chain, Edito is actually the last stop for us. At the moment, we are trying to get the in situ data because we are talking about only in situ data that will be integrated, harmonized, and standardized within the workbenches. And we have close contact with Edito people, and at the moment, we haven't yet started the ingestion, but hopefully when we have the first, after this first prototype, we will try to do some testing. But for sure, there is exchange and in collaboration with them.
Thank you. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, sir.
Hello, Terry McConnell with the DCO for Ocean Observing with the Decade. Question is for Erika, and it's as much a comment as a question, but one of the things that I've been doing with the ocean observing community within the Decade, which represents roughly 25% of the total number of actions, is assessing with them the transformational alignment project on marine biodiversity. And the question to the ad hoc community that we've developed, about 30 people across the spectrum and across the geography for biodiversity, has been what is an important topic that we could as a team discuss and try and get some movement on. And the one that has come to the top and was most likely the one we'll work on is capacity development or training for the use of OBIS. And despite there being quite a number of talks here about training programs and people getting involved, I note in Enrique's talk that only 2.6% of OBIS data comes from Latin America, and that it's not very well known despite there being 6 OBIS nodes. So what can we do as a community to expand and accelerate the training program, all of the work that has already been done by Ward and his team and the OBIS team? How can we distribute that more effectively? How can we accelerate it and get everybody using OBIS as the core repository for marine biodiversity data?
Muy bien, gracias. Gracias por tu traducción. Bueno, sí, claro, hay un potencial enorme de datos, sí, tenemos muy pocos datos todavía publicados. Efectivamente, creo que sí, digamos, potencializar digamos, aporte de información de esta región, creo que algo es en lo que puede ayudar definitivamente es esa colaboración entre los nodos para divulgar en primer lugar, porque es que uno de los problemas que hemos notado con mucha claridad es que efectivamente la gente no conoce la red. O sea, llevamos 10 años de, digamos, el nodo más viejito de OBIS, unos 15 años más o menos, y aún no se ha hecho como un eco muy grande de la red OBIS como tal. Entonces, notamos en cada capacitación que las personas no lo conocen. Entonces, creo que ahora que podemos trabajar juntos un poco más en dirigir esos esfuerzos para que otros, digamos, ciertas comunidades particulares, no sé, no solo son a nivel de los científicos, sino también de comunidades, por ejemplo, la empresa privada que desarrolla proyectos y que genera información de biodiversidad, sepa que existe la red OBIS y que se puede potencializar esa información para darla a conocer, que luego se puede usar para generar información de interés para todos. Creo que esa red que estamos generando nos va a facilitar llegar un poco más fácil a todos estos, digamos, comunidades diferentes, más focalizadas, dependiendo de las necesidades, para que conozcan a OBIS y para poder expandir esa aporte de información. Es un esfuerzo que hemos hecho de una manera muy limitada, como a nivel local, y nos quedamos como con eso. Entonces, de pronto, al unir ese esfuerzo, quizás vamos a tener un impacto mayor, estoy segura que sí, porque ya lo notamos cuando hacemos ese tipo de colaboraciones, ya se nota un poco más ese impacto y creo que eso va a nutrir los datos de esta región. El otro punto es que claramente al incorporar a OBIS en los proyectos de investigación que se desarrollan en la región, pues también eso va a ayudar a que muchos de los proyectos que están generando información desde hace rato, pues de pronto ya sean más conscientes de que hacerlo de una manera, digamos, un poco más acorde a los estándares de OBIS, pues va a generar una información de mayor calidad en torno a los datos marinos, porque muchos proyectos aportan información, pero de pronto no con toda la calidad que queremos para nutrir esos datos. Entonces creo que por ahí sería un poco, tanto en los proyectos como con la comunidad específica, uniendo los esfuerzos para divulgación. No sé si con eso le contesto un poco.
All right, thank you, Erica. I think I heard, yeah, from the from the interpreter. I think very important keywords there: the importance of collaboration and networking, and of course, what we are trying to do is also the promotion of regional cooperation. And as you can see, there are a lot of platforms that actually provide these opportunities for collaboration. And I think that that is also one highlight that we can get from this session is to encourage the strengthening of collaboration among partners and especially regional cooperation in these related initiatives. Do we have any more question on the? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Alessandra Giorgetti from GS Italy, and I was very interested in the presentation of this project of collaboration with eModNet Geology on the Caribbean Sea data. And as you mentioned, there are different themes covered by eModNet. So I was interested in understanding how did it started, and if you think that this can be expanded to other themes like the chemistry or biology and so on. Because eModNet, as you have seen, has also a focus on the Caribbean Sea.
Me voy a poner de pie para que me vean. Buenas tardes. Ha sido un proyecto, bueno, voy a contestar en español. Ha sido un proyecto retador porque es unir las vocaciones de varios países, liderados por Finlandia primero, después unir a España y que España venga y casi que convenza a nuestros gobiernos de trabajar en conjunto. Entonces ha sido una sumatoria de voluntades. Eso ha sido lo primero. Y ha sido un poquito complicado, pero nos ha unido la pasión por la ciencia porque todos queremos avanzar. Cada país ha puesto su parte de la información. República Dominicana, Colombia, Honduras, Cuba, por ejemplo. En este momento, el esfuerzo está centrado en la parte de geología. Hace poco se acercaban unos colegas de Bélgica, también me decían, estamos en la parte de biología, por ejemplo. ¿Cómo hicieron ustedes para avanzar? Entonces yo les comentaba, una de las claves es ser claros con cuál es la necesidad y qué va a ganar cada país. Entonces muchas veces eso es supremamente importante decirles, mire, nuestro objetivo es unificar una sola metodología, un solo vocabulario para que entreguemos resultados en conjunto. Y adicionalmente nosotros les vamos a dar capacitaciones. Por ejemplo, hace poquito estuvimos en Costa Rica y España lleva su grupo de expertos y nos dan, por ejemplo, cursos de geomorfología submarina o nos dan cursos, por ejemplo, no sé, de geología submarina. Entonces, ese intercambio de conocimiento facilita mucho que los países digan, listo, voy a invertir tiempo y voy a invertir dinero en algo que a veces es un poco etéreo. O sea, uno dice, una página web, todo unificado, ¿eso de qué le sirve al país? Pero entonces es un buen acercamiento decirles qué van a dar ustedes en contraparte para que empiecen a trabajar. Y una recomendación adicional, si quieren hacer por lo menos en la parte de química que tú me dices o en la parte de biología, también es ir directamente con las entidades de los estados, o sea, del país. Averiguar, por ejemplo, que en nuestro caso para Colombia, el Servicio Geológico Colombiano está adscrito al Ministerio de Minas y Energía. Entonces, Emodnet contacta al ministerio, el ministerio nos dice, hay una intención, ustedes quieren participar. Una opción podría ser en ese caso que ustedes contacten a las entidades de cada país a decirle, tenemos esta oferta, vamos a trabajar en conjunto y seguramente lo van a poder sacar adelante. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Edward. I think we have, yes, ma'am. One more.
Gracias. Bueno, creo que ya lo contestó en parte el doctor que participó ahora, pero justo estamos analizando que pues hay un montón de cosas allá afuera. En México ha sido muy difícil que se consuma toda esta información, cursos que hay disponibles, porque creo que nos falta preguntar cuál es la necesidad, ¿no? Esa es una realidad de México. No hemos entendido el que falta. Hay muchos datos disponibles, pero no se consumen. Las estadísticas de uso de portales con millones de registros son bajísimas porque creo que no hemos encontrado la manera de entregar el dato en la manera que lo puede consumir el tomador de decisiones, el estudiante. Entonces, más que una pregunta, pues sigue siendo esta reflexión hacia los países latinoamericanos en donde un portal que tenga que descargar los datos, ya perdí a mi tomador de decisiones. Entonces, sí hace falta una reflexión profunda para atender de manera diferenciada las necesidades tanto entre países, regiones y usuarios. Como que, al menos en mi experiencia con Conavio en México, ha sido, quisiéramos atender todas las necesidades de una sola pasada y entonces no atendemos ninguna, porque ni el usuario final consume ni el usuario investigador, voy a decir, el más avanzado, consume. Nos quedamos con un montón de inversión en ese sentido. Y la última reflexión, bueno, más bien es así, es pregunta para la gente que trabaja con datos de biodiversidad naturalista, de alguna manera ha influenciado en sus desarrollos, está considerando. Con eso paro. Gracias.
Yeah, I think it's open for anyone who wants.
Yes, maybe Carolina or Erika wants to answer. Que se ha considerado el uso de...
iNaturalist, ok. Sí, iNaturalist visibiliza sus datos junto con GBIF, que es el Global Biodiversity Information Facility, y para el cual OBIS contribuye principalmente con la parte marina. Por ahora, iNaturalist fue creado más que nada como para incorporar lo que llamamos en inglés Citizen Scientist o ciencia ciudadana y abordar esa área, esa comunidad o esa audiencia que es aficionada a la naturaleza y que de alguna manera está colectando información que es válida, quizás no siguiendo los estándares que usa GBIF para publicar datos que provienen de la ciencia, así como OBIS, que también utiliza ciertos estándares y controles de calidad, pero sí, iNaturalist en muchos casos está siendo incorporado e ingestado los datos en algunos de los repositorios e iniciativas que tenemos. Y muchas veces también lo tenemos en cuenta para hacer subactividades o subiniciativas que tengan que ver con ciencia ciudadana. Pero claro, desde mi perspectiva soy como más a lo científico, ¿verdad? Y mi compromiso es asegurarme de que la audiencia con la que yo trabajo cumpla ciertos protocolos de control de calidad y formatos y estándares para que esos datos puedan ser utilizados para crear soluciones. Espero haber respondido. ¿Alguien más quiere agregar?
Tal vez solo en complemento a lo que dice Carolina, pues sí se incorporan muchos datos, por ejemplo, de observaciones de mamíferos, de cetáceos, esos son como los datos, bueno, y aves, desde luego aves. Pero pues claro, hay allí un asunto de precisión en torno a la toma de los datos, todavía como un camino que recorrer con el aprovechamiento de esos datos de una manera un poco más rigurosa, porque claro, se toman como se hacen muchas iniciativas juntas y las personas salen a tomar su dato y pues tenemos allí un montón de datos que son del mismo animalito tomados por diferentes personas con datos que a veces pues generan mucha, llamemos ruido entre la información. Entonces sí nos hace falta recorrer allí un camino como para ayudar a hacerlos un poco más precisos en ese caso, para lo que se toma para aprovechar la ciencia ciudadana un poco más, porque pues claro, OBIS tiene como una rigurosidad fuerte allí pues, en su georreferenciación, en todo esto. Entonces hay un reto allí interesante para aprovechar un poco mejor esos datos. Se toman y como dice Carolina, sí hay, pero pues de pronto también todavía no con tanta fuerza, creo, porque por esa misma razón, ¿sí?
We have some couple of minutes left, but before I go to the online question, I think that we have a comment from Paula. Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Voy a hablar en español. Muchas gracias a todos los expositores de esta sesión. Fue muy interesante y bueno, la sesión que les precedió también estamos muy contentos de este día de mucho intercambio. Quisiera hacer una pregunta para Greg y las Carolinas, Carolina Peralta o Carolina García. OTGA ha sido exitoso. OTGA lleva, bueno, al menos en el RTC de Colombia, 10 años, 2015-2025, estamos justo en los 10 años. ¿Cómo ven ustedes el incorporar dentro de OTGA cursos que no son ya dirigidos a científicos o a tomadores y quienes trabajan con los datos y la información, sino un poco más al tema de diplomacia científica para las negociaciones internacionales en las COP de biodiversidad, cambio climático, o también en cursos dirigidos a tomadores de decisiones que puedan ayudar a lo que está diciendo nuestra colega de México, de cómo hacer que los que necesitan los datos sepan pedir los datos y que los que producimos los datos sepamos contestar esas preguntas.
Ahora, sí, de verdad, Paula, me parece súper interesante esa aproximación que estás ofreciendo. Yo lo creo viable, creo válido hacer el esfuerzo de abrir esta otra, digamos, audiencia receptora de la información que nosotros podamos dar a través del OTGA o las Regional Training Centers, porque me parece que es algo que hace falta, es importante cerrar esa brecha entre los tomadores de decisiones y los que generamos los datos, porque a veces parece que habláramos en idiomas distintos, no hay manera de ponernos de acuerdo y realmente trabajar. No es que no hay manera, no quiero ser tan negativa, pero es muy difícil hacer que trabajemos juntos y me parece que sí es una muy buena idea. Want to add something to Paula's question?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll just say that the Ocean Teacher Global Academy consists of a network of 17 regional and specialized training centers. The governance of Ocean Teacher Global Academy is represented by the all of those regional training centers. So each year, the steering group meets and they work out their work plan for the following year. And this is based on the requests for training coming from the regional training centers. So if there are specific needs for the region, then that should be identified at the regional level through the regional training centers. Then they should then flag that as a requirement. And then once we can put that into work plan, then we can identify who are the resources we need to develop a training course like that. And then we can work out the languages, for example, and where the training might be held, whether online, on site, whatever. But so it's really a bottom-up process where the needs for training need to come from the community within the regions. And then the regional training centers then bring that up to the steering group meeting, which make the decision on the work plans.
From my perspective, will be a big challenge. Será un gran reto porque es que no quiero dar la espalda a los demás. Porque la preparación del curso mismo será un reto entre el montaje de la información, la delgada línea de bajarle el nivel de información para que sea comprensible, pero totalmente aceptable. Creo que puede ser organizado y más si dentro de la coordinación se promueve, creería que será un buen ejercicio de probar la entrega de instrucción, de adiestramiento para el público general sobre temas algo más técnicos. Es retador, pero creo que con los profesionales indicados podríamos aprender a los científicos a mostrar la forma en que se toman los datos de una forma más sencilla.
Hello, I will address everybody. I am an independent researcher. I'm coming from Peru, which not more data is available. And I'm seeing here the discussion of who's the last consumer. And the last consumer is humanity, is the public, our audience, not us, none of us. So my ultimate request for everybody is to contribute to the integration of the data in these standards that our colleagues are presenting. For the role of IODE becomes more and more important over the years. Integrating independent researchers, independent nonprofits from the public, for civil society, which is out there also doing research, also acquiring data, also engaging with issues, all right? So the idea is that these kind of gatherings gave us, yes, the pat in the back, but also move forward to bring more audiences, more spaces together under the IODE umbrella, which I think is the right call, all right? So again, thank you for everybody who is here, who's giving his time, by sharing their data, sharing their experiences. But again, do not underestimate the action of the public out there, because it's a very powerful tool and we work for them at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have our last question is reserved for our online participant. Can you, okay. Good. Can I? Okay, last here on site for Ibukun, and then we go to the online.
Thank you very much for giving me this privilege. My name is Ibukun Adewumi, head of IOC Africa. And my question goes to Thierry. Sorry about that. Okay, so thanks for the presentation on Eurogoose. And someone coming from the regions and having the kind of lived experience of these different GOOS regional alliances, it seems there's something that EuroGOOS is doing differently. And permit me to ask you to share some of the recipes, good recipes. Because from what I can see or from observation is that long-term ocean data collection, maintenance, curation comes at a very significant high cost. And this is actually inhibiting equitable data sharing and usage. And it seems to be really working quite well for GOOS, EuroGOOS. Perhaps you might want to share how EuroGOOS was able to overcome all these challenges. And again, looking at the concerns, particularly from ocean researchers and ocean data policy researcher, is that there's this very cantankerous big elephant in the room, which is data proprietary and licensing and even the sensitivity of some regional data politically. I mean, from your experience in Europe, how were you able to overcome that too, in the extent that, to the extent that you are able to use all of these very fancy tools, bringing together the bots and nodes from different principles? And I guess maybe my colleagues from other regions would also be interested in learning from this experience. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for the question. I see two parts. The first one is I don't want to sell magic. Yes, it's costly to make data management, and yes, it's costly to make work to distribute data in real time and then in delayed mode, having the scientist quality control data. This is what I'm calling delayed mode. For publications, we think that data publication and publication of articles should the idea is to use facilities that you do not probably necessarily need to install in each country, data publishing facilities and data publishers for articles, and use the best or the best, your preferred choice. And in that case, you do not need to develop everything in every place. But taking the data, choosing the right essential ocean variables, good terms, and so on, yes, it represents an effort, and an effort that has to be performed at the local place. And the second part was about money. Yeah. So we would love to have operational fundings. We would love to have European Union paying for the share of EuroGOOS activities. That's not the reality. What we do is that we have successive projects, and I gave you an example here. So here, your Argo RISE project. So it's one project among many about Argo, but it could be about gliders, about many other things. And we continuously ask for regular funding. It's not, that's a reality. We have to do that. But if you, and if the funding agencies use these PIDs for funding and so on, then you can show how much it costs to increase the number of observing system, improve the observing system, and you have there reliable figures about how many euros did it cost. So no, there is no magic. It makes effort, but the efforts looking for funding in Europe goes through projects, and and if you assign the proper PIDs, then you can show what you've been producing and what was the effort.
Thank you, Thierry. And we go to the online question. Do we have him?
Yes, the question is coming from Tatiana Becker and is addressed to Ana Carolina Peralta. And the question goes, will there be an ADAPT training program for researchers in the Caribbean English, considering that many Icelanders come from the islands where Spanish is not a native language?
Sorry. Yeah, so we are thinking of implementing this training course first in Spanish and another version in English. That's the two main languages that we are able to manage right now. But of course, we are completely aware that are other languages in the region that at the moment we cannot address. But we have that in our mind.
And is there already a timing on that for the English course?
Not yet. We are working on that. IO Caribe is giving us a big support in reaching out to the partner organizations. So we are just starting now with this first one here in Spanish, but the second one in English should be before this year ends, but it's not yet defined.
Well, with that, we conclude our session 2. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, our speakers for this session. And thank you to our online and on-site audiences, and as well as to our interpreters and the ground support staff. Okay, back to you, Laura.